Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. We have some submissions immediately from Yeetus and Yolosophy. Yolosophy. Welcome to both of you. We will get into the queue straight away. So, let's take a look at Season 1, Episode 1 of some ongoing musical art project. This is The Cookie. And that's a very striking one-eyed thumbnail right there. Comments equals optional. Yeah, we'll put on the comments. I'll remember to do so when we get into the level itself. And let's enjoy the comic and the music. Comments aren't necessary. We'll look at them anyway. Although there are 211 of them, so I assume there might be a lot of comment spam from other people. Unless, of course, most of those are your own. That's okay. Let's take a look. And listen to the coffin dance. Alright, let's display Episode 1, The Cookie. Mario is reaching for a cookie in a jar? Not exactly sure. He's disappointed. I think he and Luigi are sharing a cookie. And now they're sharing a number of comments. Oh, Mario's planning something devious, and then there is an explosion, and the explosion is full of good stuff. And Luigi, according to some of the other commenters, is dead. This seems to corroborate that theory. Hence the coffin dance. All that for a cookie, apparently. Love how Boom Boom is just dancing along, because he had the Boom Booms to spare to add that little effect. And that is the end. THX. You make me hate Mario, says Mario's eye. That's okay, well, grab this little thing. A couple of coins were endless. And a couple of stars, which will do what for me? It'll show me the red pipe. That was the entry to this zone earlier. Let's try to join the eye gang if we can. Oh, almost. There we go. No way to get myself down below to Luigi's mouth, though, so we'll just tap out of here instead. Oh, thank you for the level and the GG. Very striking artwork, as usual. Yolosophy, let's take a look at what you have. And feel free to submit some more. We have a very short queue that just opened up. So we'll have room for plenty of submissions, at least at this point in the stream, before people start pouring in. 3D World Bowser theme. So we have kind of an auto music fest today. Enjoy the automatic version of your best musical speedrun song. Yes, we will. Yes, okay. It makes sense that this is not only in a lava world, but over a conveyor belt, because it is, of course, from the various Bowser Badwagon boss fights, where you chuck bombs at his car, totally spoil his insurance in Super Mario 3D World. Mr. Greggy Spike, welcome, Mr. Greggy Spike. We have a wide open queue right now, so do send me something. I can probably take my time with it. And I hope you've been well yourself. Seems like it's been a while since we've gotten through one of your big Metroid levels or anything else, so... And this is Night Castle, so we will swim our way up. And we are back. Now, we looped around to the beginning, so is there some kind of state switch, or should we be watching out for something else to open up our way towards the axe at the end? I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't expect to just get dumped into the beginning. That's okay, we can just loop around and... Ah, yes, there is an on-off state switch. And soon enough, we will continue. Here we go. That's a GG. Mr. Greggy Spike, you made a Sonic 1-1 inspired level and you would love to explore it and try to get world record. We'll see. I'll take a look at that level, we'll see how we do. And thank you for that, Yolosophy, for this double feature musical introduction from you and Yeetus. Let's mark that as a win, and let's see what Greggy Spike has in store. And thank you for In a Fire. I can't say I really know my Five Nights at Freddy's, if I'm reading that correctly, but I'm sure we'll enjoy it anyhow when we get to it. But first, let's take our time with something by Greggy Spike. We're looking for Sonic 1-1, so something resembling the Green Hill Zone. It'll be green and it will have hills. Current world record is 15 seconds. Let's see how we do. Pretty high clear rate, so clearing it is not the issue. But as a bit of a custom ninja challenge, we'll put in a bit of time, see how close we get. Goomba hat, best item in the game. I see, because in various places, we'll want to, whoops, maintain momentum and not get dunked down here. This is obviously not going to be the fast path. But I can kind of see what you're talking about with the Sonic inspiration of having multiple tracks, like a top, bottom, middle track, with multiple paths that have different speeds attached to them, and with enemies that are placed to encourage speedrunning. So we'll try that again. We'll try to take the middle path, and we'll keep the Goomba hat if we can, and perhaps not take as much damage with the Goomba hat on along the way. Xeon, you got an early copy of Xenoblade 3 and finished it right before the 1.1 patch. I only started it today, so I am still in the first zone. I am currently on a party of 3, if that tells you where I am in the level right now. So yeah, Mel64, we're going to be attempting to speed through this level a little bit for a couple of attempts first, since it is an easy one that's designed for speedrunning, but then we will get to yours as soon as I can. I probably want to get on top of that. That's okay, we'll take the top path. No, this is going to be a disaster. And Xeon, you're saying beyond impressed with it. You know, I mean, I'm still early, and you can never really tell much about a Xenoblade game when you're still literally in the tutorial zone, which I'm thinking back to Xenoblade 2 and how I was still hitting tutorial screens about 30 hours in. But I find that I'm already liking how quickly it gets you into the open world and into just standard party gameplay with a full party, because I always thought that the introductions to some of the previous games, particularly Xenoblade 1, were just much too long in terms of actually getting you into the meat and potatoes of gameplay. Whoops. And yeah, Male64, I am very fond of Torna. Found Torna to be a very interesting game. And also, kind of a fascinating study in pacing. You know, we should actually do some long jumps if we're going to be doing this properly, because we do need to get over the top path. So yeah, for those coming in, Detroit Void, we have completed this level, but it is an easy one that's designed for speedrunning, so I'm trying to find a speed path. We'll be spending a little bit of time on it, but not too much since we have some other people coming in. Already taking a little bit too much time on some of these slopes. If we hit every dash panel, there is a top path that requires you to hit the bees, as you'll see here. We'll have to kind of explore our way up, perhaps, to see how that's going to work. Looks like you can bounce back like this. There are definitely some areas that I feel like are built for, well, not only full jumps to bump from one enemy to the next, but also long jumps from the dash panels. Nope, that's going to be a little too low. You're saying Xenoblade 3 is a classic and it deserves place along Chrono Trigger and Mother and the like. You're setting my hopes very high, of course, but I went into it completely unspoiled. I decided that I was kind of confident enough in what Xenoblade 3 had to offer that I'll just dive into it straight. Obviously, like I said, I'm just much too early in it to say anything about it whatsoever, but Xeon, we will definitely have to exchange notes about it afterwards. In fact, Xeon, I was actually, before starting Xenoblade 3, going over some of the old stuff that I think I had said to you about Xenoblade 2, like years and years ago, because I was trying to locate my various notes about the games in the series, which were all over the place. You know, just to kind of get a point of comparison for how I was reading them at the time. We really do need to hit this B. And then I'm sure there will be lots to say once I'm a little further in. You must have really blitzed through the game if you got it. Well, you got it early, but it could only have been so early for you to have dispensed with it so quickly already. Okay, I'm still not quite seeing the path here, I think. We're taking a lot of time. I feel like I do need to back up under one of those Bs, or there will be some point at which we have to take the high path. That's... yeah, probably bop that guy. And this guy. It's too much of a pullback, though. I feel like we're losing too much momentum to do that. And, Mel, you said that you got kind of caught up into the hype for Elden Ring. I need to get to that eventually. I do need a new PC build before I can get around to it, and that's probably not going to be until at least next year. But we'll see about that eventually. And here we go. Okay, so we managed to back out of that one. Nope, that's still not going to do it. However, if I come over here, the Goomba hat isn't really that necessary right now. Okay, so that's going to be the path, quite clearly. I think you have to go that way, but there are definitely a couple of things we didn't do well along the way. And there's no way that's a record, I don't think. Yeah, 18 seconds. I feel like that is approximately the right path, though, so we'll make a couple of attempts at it. And here we go. That's okay. If we get hit, we shouldn't worry too much about it. I feel like the Goomba hat isn't actually going to do too much for me here in terms of positionally freezing anything. Staying low on that B seems to be the right idea. We did lose momentum and back out a little bit here, but we'll take this. Yeah, I'm still around 18 seconds. Let me take a look at the current queue so I just know how many people were holding up. Not too many, so we'll try to squeeze this a little more. It's pretty obvious to me where I'm losing time on some of the slopes, as well as, yeah, backing out of certain locations, perhaps. Nope, that's not going to be it. Still around 18 seconds, even though we fell into the middle path, so that's very similar. I feel like we could be doing a lot better. Like I said, we shouldn't be facing into upward slopes. That's actually an improvement on my previous time, closer to 17 seconds, in fact. Oh, whoops. Accidentally climbed that tree. So maybe there are certain places where we should be doing long jumps. Like that B seems to create a little bit of an improvement. And okay. Yeah, long jump in certain places will help, but perhaps not everywhere. I guess the Goomba hat just gives you an additional point of damage to deal with. Xeon, I'm going to read that longer comment in a bit. It's going to be something I'll need a bit of a moment's pause to process properly. It's funny, I was always in the habit of writing like really long, fully elaborated comments as well on Twitch before I became a streamer, and then I realized like that it is more difficult than I expected to glance over and skim. So I'll catch up on that when I'm a little further with this, or if I'm in the middle of changing levels, so I can respond to that properly. Okay. Hey, look at that. We were a little over 15 seconds. We might, in fact, have been within striking distance of the record this time. And look at that. We're still about half a second off Greggy Spike. So taking the bottom middle path might actually be fine. I'm not consistent enough with anything I'm doing here to actually replicate this path, but... Whoops. But Greggy Spike, if we got within a second of it, I'm pretty satisfied with it if we do bail pretty soon. I do like this, though. It's been a while since I received one of these. There were a couple of people in the early months of my streaming this game who sent me things like the user-made Ninja-style levels, where the point is not the difficulty of clearing, but rather trying to find the right path towards the speed record. And I always thought, Greggy Spike, speaking of the Sonic inspiration, that when Nintendo first released the very first Ninja speedrun level, which was the Snowball level, I think, I thought that it followed a much more Sonic-like design than was typical of official Nintendo Mario design, and that it also had the multiple paths that were stacked on top of each other, and was very much built around optimization. I don't think some of the later official Ninja levels quite followed that same kind of template. They tended to explore many different facets of how to do speedrunning, but the Sonic flavor was definitely there originally. Yeah, Xeon, one of the only things that I had heard about Xenoblade 3, speaking of Final Fantasy V ahead of time, was that there is some kind of very flexible job and class system. I can already see that in the interface, although, of course, I'm still locked out of a lot of the customization at my current point in the game. And that's something I really look forward to, because I was a huge fan of Bravely Default. Largely for that kind of flexibility of party customization, which I think has always been a little bit of an issue. My sound is dead already. Since we're kind of at a natural impasse, I'm going to read comments while I just fix up my audio very quickly. And Mr. Greggy Spike, because I'm within 16 seconds again, I'll maybe put in one or two more attempts, but just give me one moment. And we'll fix the sound. Yeah, because one issue that I often had with the earlier Xenoblade games was just how the party leaders and party members were balanced in terms of how much control you had over one or the other. And that's something that it seemed like they were kind of circling around and taking a different approach to with each successive Xenoblade game in terms of how much control over your party you would have in terms of the positioning, to reclassing, anything like that. Anyway, Sion, you were saying earlier, one of the coolest thing the game does is how much it does with putting the narrative mechanics together and paying off the investment in the side content, which is always coherently made and contextualized. The quality of life features are superlative. Pacing near perfectly aligns with the game's theming. The battle system is immense, but fantastically tutorialized to be understandable in each component. Yeah, so we'll see how I feel about that. I think that right now, I mean, Xenoblade is always very tutorial heavy to start, and I was very amused that early on, at the very beginning of the game, they even have this entire story cutscene to show new players how the kind of tank healer damage trinity is supposed to work, and they just decided to make it a story segment, which was pretty entertaining. Anyway, Greggy Spike, I know we're not quite there with this, but I do want to get to some of the other submissions first. You're welcome to resubmit, and I can make some more attempts at this later, since we are getting relatively close, although it's very clear to me which mistakes I have to clean up along the way, but it'll take a bit more practice to shave off that remaining half a second, I think. So we'll put it away for now. I do not mind coming back to it at some point, though. I just want to get through the queue first. Since we have a couple of people waiting. Yolosophy, let's bring up your next level. Let's see if it's more auto music or if it's something else. And thank you for waiting. L64, at a casual level, Xenoblade 1 is all about positioning. X, you have literally no idea. And 2 is all about micromanaging. Yeah, I spent about 100 hours on X, and I feel like I don't have any idea either, so... Let's see. In a Fire. Enjoy this fan-made Five Nights at Freddy's 3 song by The Living Tombstone. I really did enjoy the combat mechanics in Xenoblade 2, though, because it was all about setting up all of those elaborate elemental combos and just kind of building your party around the combos that you wanted to fill in. Okay, where are we going to drop this mecha, do you think? No, you needed to throw it up here. Oh, okay, then jump on it. I was not paying attention. Anyway, always fun to see an auto-scroll music platformer that does have a little bit of this interaction. Yeah, the thing, Mel, is that with the Xenoblade series, I never really managed to make it all the way to the endgame super bosses, because there's always a little bit of a grind between where you are in the endgame and your readiness to take on them. So there's always a lot to the advanced mechanics that I am a little ways from understanding, because I hear that some of that endgame configurability, we need to let this wake up first, it is really interesting in Xenoblade X once you've put in like 300 hours and take on the sort of real hardest bosses that are on the world map, but there's just no way I was going to get that far with it. Yolosophy, are you telling me that the audio is kind of not up to your satisfaction? We'll try to give it another reset if it's crackling a bit. Give me one moment. Everything on my setup is running a little bit hot today, so we're maybe having a few more issues than usual, so... And Yolosophy, since this is a music level, I do appreciate you telling me when we do have some technical problems. We'll hopefully have them settle down and give your level the best presentation we can. Okay, so we need to wait a little bit for this guy to wake up, because that has been the biggest issue here. We can't delay that long. I feel like the fact that it was getting on the mecha a tiny bit too early was definitely throwing me off a bit, and that there's a bit of variation to that timing that we haven't quite sorted out. But we'll try to figure that out. Nope. I do have to hug the wall against it, of course. And yeah, Zion, the thing I was thinking already was that even though I'm still extremely early and still kind of playing with standard series mechanics so far without seeing much that is new, the fact that I managed to get into the open world right away with a full party and could actually just play the game this early on seemed to be probably the fastest start to one of these games since Xenoblade X, and that was specifically what I was thinking of. Oh, whoops, nope, didn't mean to do that. I do need to kick it over here, and that's okay because the auto-scroll ends and we just need to not get hit by the mechas up top. Let's not get a little too far behind on the pacing here. Yeah, Mail64, the chat connection is separate from your video connection because the chat runs off IRC on Twitch. And so sometimes you can have things like video cut out, but a chat is still going, and you just experience the opposite. Okay, it seemed like I was better synchronized with the ice block that time. I wonder if there's a subtle difference between starting from checkpoint and not starting from checkpoint when it comes to some of the positioning there and your timing. Anyway, through the door we go. We'll have another loop through this segment. Yeah, because it seemed like the ice block was in a much more cooperative position this time compared to when I came in from the start. And I wonder if that slight difference in timing from the fact that you drop into the rooms above the checkpoint flag makes any kind of difference when it comes to that. Anyway, we're going to get dunked into the floor, and the cat's paws are going to be timed with all these icicle activations of the no-claws, which is kind of a nice way to save yourself some instrument budget at the very end. Thank you for that, Yolosophy. Alright, let's mark that as a win. Mail64, let's take a look at what you have here. I assume it's the balloon level again. Level is the same, but with QOL added. Yeah, do let me know if there's a specific path that you want me to focus on, because there are the 3 different paths in the second segment. We were kind of doing a couple of them together at once last time, if I recall. Balloons, flight. Anyway, into the hot air balloon we go. More like Super Montgolfier brothers, ask me. Whoops. Now let's get around here. And let's not die to the silly stuff. And Xeon, you're telling me to expect a couple of sci-fi riffs? Well, we'll get there. I'll see how much of that I pick up along the way. And let's see here. Yeah, I decided not to play Xenoblade 3 on stream mostly because if I wanted to do all of it on stream, I would just never finish it, and it would just take too long. I don't have enough streaming hours to do it. But there's not too much differentiation in the early game anyway, and I think if the gameplay has a lot of flexibility as you get into it later, maybe I'll do a little bit of it live. But I think in terms of the actual main quest and getting through the main body of the game, I'll probably be prioritizing just finishing it on my own first. But we'll see. And here we go. Let's get over here and Oh, whoops. That was a huge miss. And the thing is, that was salvageable too if we went for the Cheep Cheeps down low, except they were off camera. Okay, you can guarantee there's a path, but you do not guarantee it being anything but the hardest you ever did. If I do it without the platform, let's do it. Let's try it. There will be a little bit of waiting over here. We might as well test it out. Yeah, except in terms of visibility, we didn't go straight for the Cheep Cheeps, I think, so we'll see. I'll kind of give you a look at how it looks if we try it a few times. Alright. There's a little bit of waiting for the timing to line up here. And yeah, I think the main issue is that the Cheep Cheeps are off screen if you're trying to do it that way. And by that point, if you stall a little too much, then the Buzzy will have spawned already and drifted a little too far to the left, but that's okay, we'll try it. It's one go, you don't think I can stop anywhere but at checkpoints, okay. Oh, I see, like this, okay. Well, it works, it's just that you do need to basically do it blind, because otherwise there's just no opportunity to see the Cheep Cheeps coming. Yeah, and you kind of need to maintain forward momentum from this point. You can bounce off the Cheep Cheeps. Now, the thing is, you're telling me that you can continue bouncing on enemies even if you stop at checkpoint, but the problem is that I don't see what I should be bouncing on at checkpoint. Oh, maybe this guy. Like, we just take the platform and go. Okay. That makes a little more sense. Nuclear Stomp, welcome. We'll hopefully get to Bottomless Abyss soon enough. I guess we do have to stomp on this stand if we're going for the enemy-only path. Oops. Yeah, Mill64, you don't recommend it because it's rather blind. I was kind of curious about it anyway. I think the main issue in terms of blindness is actually the vertical camera, not the horizontal one. Simply because the Cheep Cheeps are definitely not something you can scout. But interestingly enough, though, you can always use the enemy path to try to salvage a run. It's just that if you don't know what you're doing down below, that's not going to help you. Whoops. Like I was saying, if we stalled for long enough, maybe we could have made it back to the platform, but I was not quite sure about that. Let's do the skull anyway. I feel like I did go for the skull last time, but I didn't really finish it that way. Whoops. As always, falling off the diagonals onto skulls is a very common problem. And here we go. Interesting, that's pretty satisfying. That's less so. I feel like if I were playing this without having had any kind of explicit instruction about how the level is supposed to be structured, I would do what I did before, which is just activate every platform if I can, and just have all of them available as a contingency. I don't remember how it was I finished this one last time. I do believe it was with some combined usage of maybe the skull and the small platform, but we'll at least give the blue skull path a try to give it a proper look. It's the diagonals here that keep throwing me off. You see, because I'm trying to get around a side to jump, and then I'm actually just slipping off. So we'll need to watch out for that. Yeah, just a straight jump there will do. And this will be a bit of a roller coaster of an experience. In terms of the quality of life changes, I think the checkpoint one at the end of the opening balloon was new, wasn't it? I couldn't quite remember, but... Or maybe it wasn't. I don't remember exactly how it differs from the original flow, but it seemed to work well enough, so... Good length for that path as well. Definitely was only engaging with a fraction of the level, but that's okay. Let's take a look. Right, because it only had one checkpoint before. Oxy Panda, welcome. Thank you for this mission. We'll get over to TikTok Clock pretty soon, but let's take a look at Detroit Void first, if you are still here. Please check in. I'd be happy to get you in. I think you are here, but I'm going to wait for you for a moment and chat. And yours is super short. And yeah, if yours is really, really short, maybe we can do 2 in a set, but let's see how that goes first. Ah, okay, because you're saying that this is pretty much a hold right auto. Yeah, we can do this plus something. That's perfectly fine. Kept moving right with sprint. Guess we'll do that. Still less than 40% on this one, so let's see how it goes. Hold left to win, yeah. That was definitely very tempting, I can tell you that. Anyway, this is going to look really cool. It would be even cooler if I could show you how to play this blindfold, maybe. And, okay, here we go. I seem to remember that maybe at one of the GDQs or something there was some kind of exhibition demonstration with one of the big streamers like Panga or somebody, where he was playing this absolutely crazy level that was secretly just an auto level. So he was doing a blindfold run exhibition just to see who would be fooled. But yeah, so we were about a second off the record, so it is possible to shave this a little further. Anyway, it looks neat. I kind of wonder if we just try to play it standard, whether it's doable at all. Probably not. It looks like there are enough tricks and traps here that we are precluded from doing so. So Detroit Void, yeah, since that was just an auto, I don't mind doing something quick. What could you change about it? Honestly, everything lines up so precisely for me at this point that it's very difficult for me to say anything about it, simply because I don't have the flexibility to try to trick the level out and survive to tell the tale. So I think it works fine. There's nothing that is particularly prone to inconsistency, I don't think, and the close shaves here and there look appropriately close. I think it's in good shape for the kind of auto level that is just meant to make you look cool. Anyway, we can do this quick traditional level if you want, so we can do something quick. We can also do the speedrun. I don't know if you have a particular preference. I think when I played your other speedrun, you recommended that I do them both, so let's do the Holiday Sky Tour speedrun, perhaps. Yeah. Run or die. Yeah, because I remember you suggested it to me last time as well, so let's just do it. Okay, 3 stars. Seems like it's... Oh, wait. Ah, yeah, we needed to activate the swamp. Okay. So we will not make time, but let's just take a look. I feel like it wasn't clear to me that I would have to activate the swamp, because even though you put the diagonal track there, if I'm doing a speedrun, my tendency is not to go for full jumps if I can avoid them. So that moment looked a little bit weird. We're obviously not going to make time, but I just want to see what's here. Okay, we're pretty close to the end. Probably. 3 inaccessible 1-ups for endless. So yeah, let me show you the issue here. Because the second diagonal track there is meant to say full jump so you can activate the thwomp. I don't think players will necessarily assume that. Whoops, missed a jump. And I do think it's a little easy to miss on a blind run like I did the first time, but now we know it, we can do it. But yeah, you just have to remember that when people see that they're on the clock for a speedrun, they're going to try to cut as many corners as possible and assume that it's going to be the right thing to do unless it's absolutely necessary to do otherwise. I mean, you obviously do need to do something with the thwomp activating the switch, so maybe I just misread my jump range, but it's alright. It's not a serious issue or anything. That was not meant to be an up throw. I think I just held my D-pad diagonally or something. Anyway, 5 seconds here. We'll see what the big finish is going to be. 1-ups galore, and we are going to hit the tape. Detroit Void, I think speedruns are generally supposed to be doable first try. Like, even if you fail at them, you should feel like the design gives you enough information that any kind of failure is an unnecessary mistake that was your fault. I feel like a player, even if they take a few attempts to beat it, should feel like a different player would be able to do it first try. So, yes, I do think in terms of readability, that's actually very important. But that's okay, it's mostly in pretty good shape, so thank you for that. Let's mark it as a win, and let's do something else. Nuclear Stomp. And Nuclear Stomp, if you can just check into the chat very quickly. I'll punch you in. Howdy. Okay, howdy to you as well. Howdy doodly-doo. Okay. Bottomless Abyss, V2. Can you make it to the end, or is there even one? I don't know. Have fun. Alright, let's grab the mushroom here. And well, gold tape is ahead of me right here, but that's obviously going to be walled off. I kind of wonder if I can make that pipe. Let's see, I should be able to. This will give me a 10 coin as a reward for being a diligent explorer. I do like that aesthetically you're trying to make the pipes look connected, even though Mario Maker 2 doesn't let you connect pipes quite as flexibly rather, as the original game. Doesn't hurt to try, just to make the traditional look as authentic as possible. What's up here? Not too much, just a lot of coins and a free fall down here. Okay. Oh. Sure, we'll take that. And anything here? Nope. Ah, okay. This is interesting because it kind of implies to me that I need to loop back here with something like a bone shell or a boot. Unless that's all just decorative, but I kind of suspect that there was a bone shell or boot path here that I am not engaging with yet. Anyway, that's telling me to go down. Well, obviously go right. Here's the 30 coin. Here's more of SMB3 pipeland, as well as a clearly labeled return pipe. Just in case there's any ambiguity. Oh, whoops. Let's face the right direction this time. That might be important. Anyway, we've got the 10 and 30 coin. Assume it's going to be 10, 30, 50, which is always nice to see. Just as Nintendo's way of accommodating people who wanted to do coin collection systems that were similar to the NSMB games, just to have a very clear first, second, third. I do like the way they implemented the big coins. I mean, the value of the coins really does not matter, but the fact that you could label them separately as 10, 30, 50 seemed to give us precisely the kind of stopgap for traditional collectibles that I think a lot of makers wanted to put in anyway, so... 10, 30, 50 if you were smart and you remembered. Yeah, that's a very important condition as well. Never underestimate the necessity of remembering to do things. Oh, we must have hit this with a shell. Okay, that's fine. We've seen the 30 previously. Let's make it over this way. Yeah, I guess this was just something you had to hit from the side with a shell then. Okay, let's not get whacked by this shell over here. Some of these question blocks are always so just clearly decorative and inaccessible, so maybe that was the case with the parts over the spikes earlier that I assumed were supposed to be hit from below, given the appropriate safety item. That's not the case. I think they're just ways of making the platforms a little more varied and giving them a bit of a trim around the side. You would like star tokens that you can collect and have maybe show up in a level description after. Yeah, kind of like the pink coins where you would have some kind of corner indication, even if it doesn't give you a key. Interestingly enough, you can do this if you just take damage deliberately or even accidentally, as I may have done. And yeah, I kind of agree that things like the clear condition system never felt really that well integrated into, whoops, the game. Part of it, of course, is that systems like the world map were themselves a bit of an afterthought that was patched in late. And I feel like in an eventual Mario Maker 3, on whatever the successor platform to the Switch will be, that a lot of those systems will be perhaps in much better shape if they're kind of built from the ground up. Now, you're supposed to, I think, bust that brick open... Whoops, I guess not. Yeah, you're supposed to bust that brick open with a shell throw. And this will not be accessible, okay. And since this is the only opening, you can actually trust, despite the camera positioning, that this will be the way to go. Oh, 50 coin right there. We need a shell for it, actually. Let's go back up and get one. Or rather, you would need to grab a shell further along then, because it looks like at this point I don't have a way to do that. If we take a death, we'll go for the 50 coin. I feel like if I see the 50 coin that late, I don't have an immediate recourse to actually picking it up. I'd have to escort a shell over and have to deal with a couple of wake-ups along the way, I think. Yeah, at this point, that's kind of a point of no return, so... I guess the 50 coin seems like, if I'm not mistaken, it seems like something that I can't really do blind, because I kind of have to expect that I'm supposed to take an extra shell with me. Which I know a lot of levels benefit from anyway, but for a traditional one, in terms of secrets hiding, it's a little bit off what the Nintendo playbook would be, I think. In that they don't often do collectibles that are, you know, whoops, you didn't bring an item, I guess you guessed wrong. And that's partly just a camera thing where you would need to understand the layout of the level, even though at that point there's no way to kind of see the 50 coin down there. Yeah, it's just for people to think ahead. Yeah, I feel like for that kind of collectible, you see it often enough with things like power-ups, actually, where, you know, you get something a little extra, like a fire flower or something, for thinking ahead. Certainly for something like the NSMB style coins, you wouldn't necessarily have seen that. But there are secrets that are definitely hidden that way in terms of rewarding you for taking as much power with you as possible. I just think that normally you would see that as something like a power-up rather than a coin or something like that that is kind of an end to itself. Like, you definitely wouldn't see something like a key required pig coin in that kind of position, for instance. A 50 coin I can totally understand, because it's just kind of a bonus for the sake of a bonus anyway. You can only do so much that's optional here in Maker 2. But yeah, there are definitely different styles of secret hiding in platforming games that seem to align with different rewards in a fashion that kind of follows some unwritten conventions or expectations that I think you don't necessarily notice until you stop to think about them or notice that something might be feeling slightly off. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's just... let's get both Boom Booms here. Now, as always with two Boom Booms, both are holding a key. And when I see this kind of fight, I would kind of assume that I want to pick up both keys, even if I only see one key door. And indeed, you're required to do so, so if you only picked up one key and you went through the door, you just need to go back and fight both Boom Booms. But I think it's pretty clear that you should kill both. Okay, we do have something that'll allow me to go up, which is great. And we have a frog. And I guess a frog is just your reward for coming up here. I don't think there's much I can do with it, unless there's something else I can do back here. We're just going to mess around a little bit, since I can. We're going to go back to the Boom Boom room and see if frog plus spring does anything special. Probably not, but just kind of curious. I think this platform probably just exists in isolation, but... yeah, it looks like this is far away from anything. That's okay. And there's nothing I can pop on top of the spring to use as a pipe entry somewhere, so we'll just take the finish. Easy Boom Boom fight, but it's mostly there because you thought it was kind of funny. Yeah, that always provides sufficient justification, I think. It is, after all, a bottomless abyss, and Boom Boom has to fall somewhere. Let's make that a win, and next we have Oxy Panda. And yeah, Nuclear Stomp, you're quite welcome to add more. We're getting through things pretty quickly so far today, so stay for as many as we can. Tick-tock clock. Time for a 2D version of the classic Mario 64 level of the same name. It's a very new upload with no clears so far, but also very few plays, so let's give it a proper look and also pay attention to the clear condition. Reach the goal after grabbing all 6 10 coins. Okay. A door here drops you back to the start. Whoops, pretty generous timer. We obviously should have paid attention to that thwomp, which is going to be the tick-tock clock mechanism. Now, here's an issue. You can kill the thwomp, and there's no way to reset out of that afterwards, I think. Let's see, because if you scroll... well, I mean, you can always just reset back into this room by falling into the eventual door. And you can also just climb these with strategic twirling. So technically speaking, we don't need the thwomp mechanism since it's not going to be something global anyway, and we would have just gotten out of its range. And here we go. As far as the bombs go, I think that's just for the Mario 64 flavor. I don't believe we need them for anything. Here's another concern, is that it is possible to break this level like crazy, because the bombs can easily sit on top of the hard blocks and blow them up. And so, for example, if you kill the Thwomp, and then you use the bombs to blow up these blocks, then this level would force a reset. It would be an SD lock, a self-destruct lock, since you can't actually continue without a reset. And I totally understand that it's meant to be a remake, but definitely there are a few things like this that you'd want to be attentive to. Especially if you give it to players like me, who just tend to break things, not always intentionally. Okay. Let's go over here. Yeah, Key Door is going to give me access to the next room and also allow me to come back for any kind of resets that are necessary. Notice that if I go through the Key Door, I can take a bomb through. And so, potentially, we'll be able to take a bomb into the next room, and we can see what that does when I get to it. Okay, let's build up a little more speed here. And up we go. There's a pipe at the top that should reset, you're saying. Okay, good to know. Oops. That's alright, we're still doing alright for now, so... And thank you for this mission from Osama Obina. Find the way. We'll hopefully get to that soon enough. And as instructed, find the way. Okay, let's see if we can actually make this jump. Interestingly enough, if you're willing to risk shenanigans with the bomb, you could potentially spin jump on top of a bomb to gain a bit of extra height here, but we're just going to embarrassingly fail at the clock instead. And fumble about until we find the right kind of timing to get between one and the other. Yeah, I guess the Thwomps were probably easier path to go up, but nope. All off the edge once again, slipping everywhere. There we go. There we go. And this is the pipe that resets. Let's take a look at what it does, actually. Because this gives me one of the coins anyway. Okay. And I would need to twirl down there and wall jump up, I think. If I understand this correctly. Okay, there we go. That's one coin. Is it all 6 coins? Yes, it is. All 6 coins. And this is going to take me somewhere mysterious. I'll try not to fall on top of that spike top. Come on, let's jump off the vine for once. There we go. Okay. Looks like we do need to come up here. We're going to have some time issues, perhaps. This is a clear condition level, and we do need to do it all in one go. I was always fond of this kind of seesaw setup. We'll need to make it up top. I probably was supposed to use the key door first, but that's okay. We got up to the top pipe and everything. Some of the jumps do feel a little out of reach in some places. But no, that's okay. We just needed to get spike top to fall off. Okay, now we run up here. And we should be fine. 176 on the clock. And you're thinking that'll probably run out of time? Yeah. Okay. That's okay. In that case, let's go back and scout. Because if I don't do it this run, since we only have 3 out of 6 coins, we might as well figure out where everything is, because if we do that, then Oops. Oh, I didn't expect a block there. Okay. Because I thought I'd just have it jump over to the 10 coin. And so, yeah, we kind of got bopped on the head there, which was unfortunate. Nope. Yeah, so you'd need to be within thwomp range for that anyway. And I feel like we were supposed to probably spin down towards it. Okay, well, we can always jump up here and then spin. And that'll give me some platforms to stand on. I feel like we'd just want to stick this on red or blue. Let's see. Well, I mean, you'd need the alternation to do much of anything here, unless you manage to get a wall jump like this. Oh, okay, that's stylish, it works. Except we hit the visible blocks again, like we had done previously. Hang on. And the key door is the exit, but the red coin is also star. Okay. And Mail, you're saying that Twitch is being very uncooperative with you today. That's unfortunate to know. Okay, that's fine. We'll just run over to the 10 coin. And ampersand. Yeah, I agree. That was a very satisfying wall jump. Okay, so this time let's actually get the key door once we grab the pink coins, because we have 3 other 10 coins that are accounted for once we pass the green pipe. Whoops. And we'll just need to do that. Okay, and let's build up a little bit of horizontal movement, momentum going this way. Whoops. Very easy to stumble all over this. That's TikTok clock for you. Whoops. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the stuff past the green pipe, I think. We have a pretty clear method for it. Okay. Yeah, the timing can be a little bit difficult to spot here, simply because you are going to be approaching some cycles that are slightly off screen, but we sometimes manage to make it. It's just that instinctively I'm hitting jump upon landing. I'll occasionally have that accidental wall jump when I make my adjustment, and also just fall into the crack, which is something else that happens, yes. Whoops. Slipping off the edges along the way. That's just going to be part of the experience here. Alright, try it again. Whoops. See, here's the reason I was reluctant to do this part after having already... Oh, whoops. Okay, no, let's just go through here. Thank you for the follow, by the way, incidentally. Ampersand, D20. Ah, okay, so that has to be last unless you reset through here. That's okay. I was about to say that it felt like I wanted to make it up to the green pipe first, and you can make it up to the green pipe using the thwomp path as well, so we can do that. Because I didn't want to deal with the whole rotating block area for that long. That's okay. We know how to do the wall jump up here to get up top. We have 2 out of 6 with 200 seconds remaining. That's much faster. In fact, we should just do that in the first place and fall towards the pink coins next time if we run out the clock here and need to redo this level. That would have been much smarter than going from the bottom approach. And Oxypanda, you try to recreate each of the stars in Tick Tock Clock and N64. For instance, the invisible blocks you hit to make a bridge was made to resemble the clock hand you have to use to get to a start. Yeah, I think it's one of those trade-offs where the kind of remake flavor consideration might not be enough to justify the way that hitting those blocks feels a little bit blind. I can see what you were going for. It's just that you're stuffed very close to the ceiling at that point in terms of the camera that it is definitely going to throw people off in terms of the intrinsic playability of this level. It is one of the few spots that was a bit awkward. Now, we were doing pretty poorly for time in that run anyway, so I'm not going to fuss too much about it. Let's once again do the top approach. I mean, I totally understand that you want to recreate as much of Mario 64 as possible here, but it's definitely going to catch people off guard, even if you know about it, as I did here, especially because now I have no way, having killed the Thwomp, of actually getting over. I think we'd have to hit these blocks first and create a path to fall into the 10 coin on the other side, which we can do. But is a little bit awkward. That's okay. That's okay. In fact, that feels better than trying to hit the blocks from below using the Thwomp. Anyway, we can eventually fall into this segment anyway when we come back, because we will have to come back to approach the key door at the very end. So I'm fine with just leaving the coins for last and learning as much as we can on the other side first. I think that makes sense, because the coins are the bit that will probably be fussiest for me, so go over here first. We'll try not to die to anything too silly this time. And up we go. Tick Tock Clock was the original Get Over It. Yeah, pretty much. Whoop, no. I don't know what I was trying to accomplish there. I know I had managed to despawn this guy last time. That was just lucky timing. Didn't really feel that intentional, but that's okay. We'll take it. So we know one final coin is right by the flagpole, so we just have one additional one in this section. I should be able to finish this up. Okay, that was a bit of a surprise. I'd seen it once before, but the Thwomps are so far off camera that you definitely don't see the activation coming, I think. Okay. Alright, he's going to leave, which is great, because now I get a little more control over this bit here, I hope. Oh, not quite. Yeah, ampersand, I should probably update the wall of text eventually. Nobody has punched that in a very long time. No, we're pretty informal about the way that I run viewer levels here. And we'll just kind of develop that over time. And okay, let's do that. Yeah, Oxypanda, the difficulty is not at all the issue. The awkward spots that I'm talking about are not a problem because they're hard, but because they're difficult to visualize and predict, like this part and the invisible blocks. Okay, so we'll just have to jump over it and get out of Thwomp range then, and get within Thwomp range once again to get up the wall. Okay, so a little bit of a puzzle interaction perhaps. Except now we have to deal with this, which just requires some wall jumping, I think. No, we'll need more wall jumping. There we go. There we go. I actually kind of like that you have to solve that little puzzle there with Thwomps. So it's a good segment once you actually get up to Thwomp level on the camera. It's just that the first activation feels awkward because you don't see the Thwomps coming. Interestingly, Mario Galaxy is better suited for huge vertical levels because of no fall damage. Well, there are the black holes, technically. But that's a stopgap solution for that kind of thing. Okay, let's actually time this such that when it comes down, we leap up and work that way down. And then, okay, this is going to be hit by something. Once again, because there's no global loading on this, we have to be careful because it is necessary, but is also going to probably despawn after a certain point. This is going to be a little bit weird. Let's see. Can't jump fast enough to really get a hang of the timing here, but let's see. Have to treat it like a rhythm game, perhaps. We should actually go towards the center of these segments, because then you would at least be able to fall towards the reactivation. And Ampersand, the bot, yeah, try to put the message and the code in 2 separate messages. Just put the code in first by itself. You just got Mario Maker 2 yesterday, if I wouldn't mind checking out your levels. Yeah, but when it gets to the queue, I'll put it in. But do the add command with the code by itself in its own message first, or the bot will not read that properly. And the bot is, in general, also just a little bit glitchy sometimes. There we go. Just needed to catch the first platform at all first. Now let's not die to the wrench, especially when we're this far. Oh, whoops. Yeah, once again, invisible blocks can be a bit of a problem here if you don't see their extent. I mean, I already knew at that point that there were blocks to deal with, it's just that I didn't know how far it extended, and of course it's going to throw off my jump planning when I'm trying to take out an enemy, right? So just another little awkward location there, that's all. That's okay, we have a pretty clear method for all of the other coins up to that point. And yeah, Mill64, it looks like we've found today's honorary mole level. And here we go. So for those new here, there was a string of several streams a couple of months ago when it seemed like every week I was dying horribly to something involving Monty Moles. At least 1 level per week. And here we go. Usually while I'm offering commentary about how I think Monty Moles are one of the most brilliantly implemented enemies in Maker 2. Which they are. I think they are one of the best elements that you can use as a Maker. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I guess the idea is just to let this spike top slip its way off. We'll see about this positioning here. Nope. There we go. Oh, we totally didn't get that 10 coin. I guess we'll have to go back for it. I just forgot about it. Come on. That's okay. If we have to reverse through some of this anyway, we'll eventually go back for it. But I don't know if we will reverse for it, though. Given... Let's see. Yeah, we'll eventually reverse towards the flag. I just don't know how we're going to traverse this segment. So maybe I should have saved it for later, but I wasn't exactly sure, so we haven't actually gotten to the end yet, and we don't know if there's just a reset door or pipe that's supposed to drop me somewhere. But we'll see. And yeah, Ampersand, the bot has been a little bit inconsistent with people's Maker codes lately. And so I'm glad you managed to sneak the level code in. And here we go. Nope. It's okay, we'll just do this over again. And it's just a 1 coin at the end of this section past Monty Moles, and then 1 coin at the flag, which will hopefully not take too long. Nope. And yeah, Mil64, the mole immobilization trick has been in place since Maker 1 as well, I think. As long as you don't get within activation range for it. But yeah, the mole activation mechanics are really interesting if you kind of learn them in depth, and I've seen a couple of levels that really do exploit everything they can do. Notably, Mail, if you ever catch up on 4YMM, there's a level called Crawl Space by Saku, which pretty much teaches you everything you need to know about how moles work in this game. And it's a puzzle level where everything is kind of a knowledge check about mole mechanics. And definitely one of the most memorable things I've played in this game. And also, I think kind of indirectly a huge influence on all the mole-based platforming levels that we've seen since. Okay. Let's go up here. We'll save the coins for later, as before. See, my network has been taking a few dips from time to time, but hopefully that's not been killing too much of the footage. Oh. Let's not take this too impatiently. We were doing the staircase just fine before. And let's get upstairs. Activate all this stuff. And that's probably enough to work with in terms of falling towards the coin, but we'll complete the platform anyway. Nope, 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 nope. Let's go back. Alright, let's try this again. And up we go. And, yeah, Mil64, I don't know why Twitch is acting up like that for you. Hopefully others aren't getting hit quite as hard with the reconnections and the pre-roll ads. But yeah, I guess you're just running pre-roll ads in front of every connection to a stream these days, which is extremely unfortunate, especially for smaller streamers where, you know, the ad revenue is mostly just a nuisance to the viewers. And anyway, let's see if we can get rid of this guy again. I don't have a consistent idea of how we were making him walk off, but that's okay. We'll not deal with it. We will come over here first and make sure we get this coin. And we'll not deal with that a second time. We'll just go straight up. Okay, we need to deal with the thwomp once again. Yeah. So this is the issue here, is that when you first land on this platform, the camera isn't high enough to show the thwomp. You have to jump again to see the thwomp. And that's why the first activation is a surprise. If there was some way to kind of force the player along a path that would basically make the camera scroll come up here more reliably before you make this jump, that pretty much fixes it. The issue entirely is that the camera is too low when you do this. And that's literally all it is. I feel like design-wise it shouldn't actually be too tough a thing to fix, but... yeah, there's a lot about level design in this game, I think, that is only apparent when you see the player camera in terms of how things are scrolling in that it reveals a lot of awkwardness that you would just not notice in the editor, because your view, whenever you switch between play and make, is not necessarily going to reflect the way that the player approaches a certain obstacle, and particularly if they don't know it's there. Anyway, we'll do the wall jumps here. I was too close. Once again, nearly fell on a mole. Oh, nope. Okay, up we go. Okay, there we go. That does it, except now we need to wall jump once more and hit my head on this thing. Okay, so now is the part where we need to watch out for the wrench, and specifically the blocks that are over the wrench. Oh no, we need to make it over the blinking segment first. Whoops, that was a mistake. That was also probably a big mistake. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we need to get over the blinking platforms first. And I don't think there's any avoiding that. We do need to activate that. Unless there's a way to shortcut it. We just need to go for it immediately. Like, we need to go for it from the left side, sorry, from the right side here before the switch gets hit. That was almost right. Almost. But yeah, because at least we have a reliable first landing if there's no shell here yet. Nope. That time it didn't even spawn. Because we zipped out of there so quickly. And let's try it again. Okay, we'll stand here. We'll not spawn that thing yet. There we go. That's how to do it. You just need to not activate it up until a certain point. Now let's activate every block we can so I know where to stand. And Nikoche YMM2, Nikoche MM2, welcome. Alright, we need to basically jump ahead then, I think. I think the arrow is probably just telling me to go for it. A little bit blind though, I don't know about that. I'm not sure what you're telling me there, that's the issue. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're telling me there, and I don't think I remember N64 TikTok clock well enough to infer what it is you were going for. Oops, nope. Still took a little too long with that. Remember the arrow from the first part of the level? I don't remember the arrow from the first one. Oh, look at this. Look at how the shell. The shell got into this position because it bounced down here before the blaster was given an opportunity to spawn. So if I'm correct, the blaster's not going to fire another one because the shell is still alive. Can I make it over? Probably not. I have to go and despawn it first. So this is a bit of an obscure little bug here. We need to just run and despawn. We have 80 seconds to sort this out, and let's see. The invisible hands that make the clock... Oh, okay, okay. I didn't realize that there was an arrow that was kind of completing that shape in the first part of the level, so... There we go. That's okay, this will be a little bit close, but we'll see if we can do it. Okay, so we'll just create this. Then we basically need to reverse through the level and grab the pink coins. It's going to be a close, close shave. Also, we need to deal with this swamp here. Nope. Hang on. No, we're not going to make it. I can at least practice this segment here. We're definitely not going to make it. Oh, I should have run around that area, yeah. Nope. The bear's just going to push me back. That's alright, we're close enough to solving the whole thing that I think I can probably get it on the next attempt. We just needed to buy more time for the final segment there. So, thanks to everyone else in queue for waiting out this one while I sort it out. We've had a lot of really easy breezy clears today, so I don't mind spending a little bit of time to make sure we do this one properly. And let's get up over here. Whoops. That's fine, we'll come back. And yeah, we'll have to grab the pink coins at the end and remember to reserve enough time for that as well. Let's not get crushed. Okay, there we are. We have to remember to grab the coin on the left before we proceed. Just to avoid repetition where we can. Okay, we'll just swing it this way. And Mail64, you're doing crawl space now? Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it is the essential Mario Maker 2 mole level. Has an extremely satisfying solution. Yeah. Let's see here. Anyway, and we'll go up. And once again, we'll scroll the camera before we have the first swamp activation. We'll jump it again. About 362 seconds at this stage. Yeah, we'll just need to do this. I feel like we've figured out something pretty critical about how to do the timing of the blaster shell segment up here, so as long as the jump is well timed, that should be okay. Just take a little bit of trial and error to figure out the exact interval, but whoops. And also not die on the way down, which is a major risk factor. Whoops, no. Okay. Yeah, so, no, I see why I didn't see the arrow here before. Because the whole kind of clock hand idea wasn't clear to me, partly because the arrow is pretty well disguised under the user interface elements in the top left at that point. I feel like it's the kind of thing where if you wanted to do the clock hand, while I'm usually against having too many cosmetic tracks in a level, this is one situation where it would make sense to make like a rectangular box of tracks or something. To kind of not only signify the invisible blocks, but to make the clock hand idea a little more apparent. It's the kind of thing that I think sometimes people will overuse in Maker 2, but this is actually a circumstance where I think it would have been pretty handy. Whoops. But yeah, I can definitely see why I just didn't understand what you were going for with the clock hand in either this or the later location. It'd be pretty tight on space here, though, if you wanted to do the track box, so... Even something like a single track might work for that. Or even something like, I mean, you can do P-blocks because they would interfere with the placement of the invisible blocks, but there might be some way to make that a little easier to visualize for somebody going in blind. Because it's the kind of thing where people aren't going to go into that and die to it and think, oh, this feels like N64 Tick-Tock Clock, right? They're going to think, oh, it looks like an oversight in design or something that just was deliberately blind. So, that's okay. We know it now, we've learned it. We'll try to finish up the rest without taking too many embarrassing deaths to spiny or spiky things along the way. Now, how do I make this guy slip off? It's an interesting question. Whoops. Whoa, that was close. And he's going to respawn, so... Nope. Going to be a little bit tricky here. Here we go. Let's go for this coin first. Not too much of an issue, at least. 380 seconds at this moment. Whoops, that was an accidental jump. Didn't expect to slip off that wall. Nope. Anyway, let's let this one go. Nope. Okay, there we go. That's the right timing. Now let's make sure we activate the thwomp in the correct sequence without accidentally wall jumping once again. Yeah, that was just a bit of a high jump, that's all. Slipping up all over the place here. Nope. Yeah, I feel like some of these jumps could be relaxed by maybe a 1 block margin of error, just so it's not quite so finicky. But that's okay. We'll try to do the climb. That's what playtesting is for. Whoops. And also I'm just slipping up a little more than usual. Come on. Nope. A lot of accidental wall jumps all over the place. Okay, let's come down here. We'll slip off like that when that block at the top of the staircase moves out of the way. We'll just try not to lose too much here. Mix the pick, or Mike's to pick if it's a microphone. Mix to pick, welcome. Glad to see you here. And Electrodude, welcome as well. Let's give you a quick shout out. Electrodude's going to do it for me because he knows what's going on, and I hope Mario Maker 2 went well for you over on that side. As you can see, it's been okay over here. We had a lot of really easy breezy clears earlier today, but then this one, which is a cross between Tick-Tock Clock on N64 and a Getting Over It level, has been taking me a little bit longer to sort out. Just a lot of careless deaths along the way, so... Anyway, I hope you had some interesting Mario Maker content on your end. Okay, there we go. Made that quickly this time. Whoops. You had some fun music levels. Good to know. Okay, let's remember the thwomp here. Activate once, activate twice, wall jump, and then we'll activate a third time. There we go. That's the solution. And then up we go. And then we'll wait for the seesaw to come down this way. Nope. Almost there. Okay, so we stand on the right, then we do 2 jumps in quick succession. Thank you for the follow. Nope, not quick enough. Yeah, and we need to not fall directly on top of the spike top here, which was where I died before. Okay. Nope, not quick enough. Or rather, that time the shell didn't fire at all, so I think camera positioning was not in my favor. Nope. Not spawning at all, actually. Nope. It's much too quick. That's okay, it's just this last coin that's going to be past a wrench, and then we fall all the way back down for the key coins, and then that's it. There we go. Let's not lose progress here. Okay. We know at this point that we can skip the wrench this way. We'll activate the whole bridge if we can. Nope. Let's not fall into wrench. That would be kind of terrible. There we go. Now we're going to fall into wrench thrower instead. Just create a falling area for me to safely dive towards. Alright. Oh yes, this is just the final segment here, so we'll do this, and then we have to deal with the big thwomp afterwards, which might be a big progress reset if we're not careful. We have about 200 seconds to deal with it. And up we go. Okay, we need to activate it and then spin on top of it, I'm pretty sure. There we go, and now we reverse through the level. Probably is a fast way to fall down, but we'll try to favor as much visibility as we can on the way down. I don't want to land on anything spiky as a prize. Or get crushed, for that matter. 170 seconds to go. And yeah, Electrodude, we're trying not to throw too many wrenches in the plan. That's a very important consideration here. Okay, this area we essentially know about. We just need to not get squashed and not fall too much. That's okay. We know how to get back up there and round up from up top, as long as we don't accidentally ram into the thwomp or do anything silly like that. Okay, let's not get crushed. That's the main priority here. And let's not fall into the pit. There we go. At long last, we got it. Well, thank you for offering me the first clear on that one, Aussie Panda. Like I said, I think everything was spaced out enough that there were, at certain points, some camera-related issues. And I know that mostly you were trying to just cram in as much of the N64 level as you can. I do think that maybe some affordances for visibility in Maker 2 could have been made, but I had a lot of fun eventually mapping that out, so thanks for that. And Merlin, you're in Italy. I hope you're doing well down there, and that the Europe-wide heat wave has not been battering you too much in that part of the world. Okay, currently queued. Let's see here. Mail 64, we're going to punch in the latest code. And ampersand, not a bad level to be fair. Yeah, this is just a stream where I tend to talk a lot about level design, so we tend to get pretty specific about critiquing levels around here, but it doesn't mean that things are bad. It usually just means that they're worthy of attention, and we're always looking for ways to kind of get everybody to think about how their work looks in the presence of a new player. So anyway, Mail 64, Hill Tower. I did most of the Super World already, so we'll do this one here. This is an older level from 2020. Atop the hill, you will find Junior. Behind the closed door, a hidden boss also. This is a 1-3 tower level. Mixed to Pick, thank you for submitting Puzzle Lock 1. We'll probably close the queue at the end of this level, so this will be last call for people who want to get in. For anybody new here, I usually stay long enough to finish every level in the queue after I close submissions, so if you're able to stay, please do, because I will not just end stream ahead of time. Nice little bonus here, that's very satisfying, actually. And so yeah, Merlin, thank you for the submission as well. And we will try to get through everything that remains. Okay, so yeah, definitely a tower. Kind of like an NSMB style fortress, in fact, because NSMB really loved using vertical climbs for its various fortresses. Much more so than any of the preceding games, I think. So, as far as traditional design goes, this reminds me of that immediately. It's possible coinless for anyone who cares. Yeah, if you don't already have enough PTSD from doing the NSMBU challenge list, then that's something that you can definitely do. Okay, there's a coin over here. I feel like it's supposed to be... Whoops. It should have been a shell throw, but maybe it's supposed to be a Goomba throw. Let's see here. Actually, if I'm small, I would have been able to go there and toss the Goomba. I do know that a Goomba throw is able to hit that location, but I would need to be small in order to do it, I'm pretty sure. So we can just take some hits, or we can just duck and kick it over, perhaps. Nope. Nope, this is going to be a problem. That's okay, we'll just become small. That is a lot of gooms coming out of pipes. We'll have to get some of this under control before they all reverse into me. Whoops, no. I feel like there was a better way to do that. If I were small and throwing a Goomba into that location, that definitely would have worked. We'll just have to get back there and figure it out. It does seem a little weird. I feel like there is a way to do that damageless that I just haven't thought about properly yet. It won't be the up throw against a wall, because up throws don't work that way, but suppose we take a hit. Can I take this? And why am I not able to do the forward throw here? And I'll actually get trapped, so never mind. Possibly I need to go further and grab something like a shell. SDGML, welcome. And, Psycho Mark, thank you for a short speed run. Mixed a pick. So what is a lemonade creamsicle? Is it sour and cream-like? It probably is. And, no, I only called this stream Lemonade Creamsicles 3 because I had just started Xenoblade Chronicles 3. And I suppose that's close enough. I'm not very far yet. We were talking about it earlier in the stream. That I'm just a few hours into Xenoblade. You think your Super World lower limit for coins is like 6 or 7 coins? I think we have to go ahead and see if we can get something more easily throwable like a shell. Because I think any kind of object kick here isn't going to work. But there's an on-off switch followed by a checkpoint, and this is going to be a one-way area. So that's not going to work either. Maybe we need to hit this question block and it gives me something? No, it doesn't. Maybe it is an up throw. Or... no. I feel like there's definitely something we're missing about this. It won't be a forward throw from the left, it just doesn't go that far. Whoops. At least I don't think it does. And Just Normal, welcome as well. I feel like there's definitely something we're missing. You don't think I need the key? Well... I mean... optional content isn't really optional, right? We do try to figure it out whenever possible. Maybe if I spin jump into the bumper... no, I'll just get bumped from below. I feel like something to this that we're not quite seeing. Yeah, optional content isn't optional for completionists. That's exactly it. Anyway, everything's just going to proceed to the key over there. Maybe we should skip it for now and see. There will be something that requires a key with 5 pink coins anyway at some point. So... we'll have to get back and think about that because it's so suspicious. Oh, I see. So, yeah, you do need to race your way across because of the spike ball. Pretty fun concept. Especially if you just don't spawn to spike ball for whatever reason. We'll grab the 30 coin anyway. Looks like there will be a P-switch here, and it's going to be a P-switch coin challenge. That's interesting too. Let's actually try to start up high so we can fall into coins wherever possible. We'll start up top and we'll go down from there. And we'll do it like this. Okay. So yeah, if we had actually managed to obtain the key earlier, it would have allowed me to plug this in without having done the coin challenge. But anyway, we'll do it like this. Actually, let's scout ahead first. I will obviously take the key door when I can, but I want to scout. Okay, so that's going to be a one-way gate over there, so we will definitely take the door now. Yeah, so the key was just bait that all the Goombas were walking towards, I suppose. Anyway, we skipped ahead in the fortress. Also something else that is vaguely NSMB-like, although it does mean that I missed the opportunity to grab the 50 coin that we saw earlier on. But I think the NSMB games do something similar as well, where there are shortcut paths that lead you to miss the bonus coins. I remember that being the case with maybe NSMB Wii or possibly several of those games. Anyway, let's go up. And we'll need to do this on either side. Oops. Yeah, we'll need to hit Boom Boom with a Goomba to unload him so we have a thwomp to jump on. Let's clear some space. Oops, this guy is not throwable yet. We'll eradicate him. We'll clear some Goombas if we can. Nice for that mushroom to come by as well. Nope. Okay, let's see if I can actually... I want to spin on a Goomba towards the Thwomp. That's much better. That would have allowed me to just get on Boom Boom directly, in fact. Okay, thankfully didn't get whacked by the bomb there. That was something that looked like it might have been possible. Anyway, here's a free mecha. What's in here? We will obviously check. Oh, interesting. Unfortunately, we do not have anything like a bomb. We can take a mecha up here, though, and spin jump on top of it to see if we can go up above that area. And just normal. Have I played Hollow Knight? Yes, I played a lot of Hollow Knight back in 2018. I've been meaning to get back into it before Silksong, in fact. Okay, nothing. Maybe. You can potentially up throw towards that location. Nope. Can't really get high enough. Maybe not. Epusfunk, welcome. Yeah, like I said, I will be closing the queue at the end of this level, so this is last call for anybody who just came in. I'll punch in the code to the next one in queue, and then we will close at that point. Ah, okay, it's a huge drop. And yeah, we took the key door, so I guess we did just skip directly to the boss and missed something in the hill tower, but that's okay. We got the key path, and that's what matters. And just normal, that's if Silksong ever comes out. Yeah, I don't mind having plenty of time. I haven't done the full 112% or whatever it is in Hollow Knight. There's still quite a bit of endgame content I never went back to finish, so I do want to do a fresh run at some point. Anyway, do we mark as a win? Yes, we will. Okay, so let's see who's next. We'll plug in this code, and then we'll close the queue from there. And like I said, for anybody who is new here, I do try to stay long enough to finish everybody in queue after I close submissions. So we'll punch in this next one by Nuclear Stomp, who I hope is still here. And Nuclear Stomp, please do check in to confirm your presence so we can prioritize people who are in the chat. And we will close at this point. Kaboom! So thank you so much, Ampersand, for the sub. Ampersand, you're pretty soon anyway, but because the sub privilege doesn't kick in until after you resubmit. But you're second in a queue anyway, so it'll hopefully be fine for this session. And just normal, yes indeed, you just made it in time, and we'll probably finish on you. So we'll close at this point. Let me just update my stream title accordingly. And we're still waiting for a check-in from Nuclear Stomp. If Nuclear Stomp isn't here, we will skip over to the next one in just a moment. And Ampersand, you just wanted to show some love. Yeah, that's fine too. That's a perfect reason to sub. Also, so you don't get whacked by all the ads that Twitch keeps sending to my viewers. Anyway, much appreciated, Ampersand, especially since you just got here. I absolutely appreciate the faith in this stream that you're showing. I see Nuclear Stomp is lurking in chat, but not responding, so we will go to Osama Obina first. And if Nuclear Stomp is back after that, if he's just AFK, then we'll come back to this one. But we will play yours first, since you are definitely here. So when I see that people are on the chat list but not active, and they might just be AFK, I do give them a second check afterwards. But for now, we'll prioritize people who are definitely active. And Merlin, you're using Wi-Fi in Italy, and so you're getting Italian ads. And yeah, so maybe that will sell you something Italian, who knows. Let's find the way. The current world record is 17 minutes. But it's a reasonably high clear rate for that, I guess, so we'll see if we can find the way. Puzzle solving and art. Let's see what this is all about. Ampersand, when you visited Scotland, you got advisories about drunk driving. Yeah. That's very important to have as well. I don't know if that's very specific to Scotland. Oh, something died up top. Okay. So at some point we'll see the top half, perhaps. Anyway, we have a couple of shells. We have a place to send the shells, which will then activate this block. Or rather, no, the shell will... Oh, we got hit by a projectile. I wasn't paying attention. The last time you went to Scotland, you bought fancy beer cans. That was cider. And... okay, let's see here. Yeah, so if we send a shell up to the left, it is going to walk over to this point and then bounce on top. We just need to fire the shell, actually, because I think it will hit, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll just send it up. That's going to be hit number 1 on Larry over there. And the activation of the on-off switch will give me a path to the right. Now the question is, do we need the second shell? Let's think about this, because if I take the second shell with me, yeah, then we are able to send it over and hit something as well. We'll need to, whoops, not get hit by projectiles. I see we're getting a little bit of a lag spike on my connection again. I hope it will subside. But yeah, let's be careful, because the projectiles really do blend into the blue of the sea quite well. Far too well, if you ask me. This is going to say, aww. I feel like we're not supposed to get trapped around one-way panels, because we'll eventually want a key door for defeating Larry, as well as a P-switch activation. So my feeling about it is that we do not want to walk over here, we want to just fire the shell. Because that would have trapped me outright. Unless the P-switches release an exit at the pipe where Larry is present. Now the problem is that I don't have a way to hit him yet, and the bomb is going to detonate and kill him. Okay, there we go. And the P-switches respawn there anyway. Okay, that's fine. Here's checkpoint. And Nuclear Stump, you need to head... Yeah, Nuclear Stump, I actually just called your level and... you didn't seem to be present, possibly because you were falling asleep. That's okay. If we finish this one quickly, you are next, if you're able to stay for that. If you're not able to stay, that's fine. We'll accommodate your level at some other point. But yeah, I figured that because you seem to be AFK, that possibly you might have just dozed off. Which does happen from time to time. Anyway, why would we want these shells then? We would want the bombs to blow up first. In order for the bombs to blow up, I think we need the projectiles to ignite them. We need the projectiles to ignite all 3 of them, which means, yeah, it's good that the Kuba walked back to this position here. Let's lead the projectile from Iggy over... Oh, we didn't want to do that, actually. That was a bad idea, but we need this to be active, so let's just take a hit, because I think unless we have a P-switch reset, we are locked.
Oh, no.
Yeah, unless a P-switch allowed me to go through this door again, we would have been locked out. So we'll have to avoid projectiles onto Central Bomb, so we just need to never stand in a location where that becomes an issue. And Nuclear Stomp, you'll submit it again next time. Yeah, that's fine. This is a pretty regular weekly time slot for viewer levels. I used to do viewer levels multiple times a week, but it's been a little difficult for me to find much streaming time lately, so streaming has been a little bit sparse. Let's... Whoops, no. Let's stand here. Let's stand on this corner, actually. I feel like this arrow is encouraging me to do so. Yeah, we'll hopefully pick up a bit of the Mario Maker streaming again, but for now, this is still a regular, ongoing time slot. Okay. That's shell number 1. Let's remember not to have projectiles on the bomb. Okay, that's 1. Let's get up here and dispense number 2. Stand over here. Now, what's supposed to activate here? Let's see. Okay, bomb is going to bounce up towards him and kill him for a key. Good. That's good. We've got it. Okay, mushroom. And then we have something else going on here. We'll probably need to send shells for all the piranha plants. We'll need to not get stun locked along the way. And there's an icicle that will hit this and drop something. Let's find out what it is. I'm going to drop Big Koopa. Big Koopa is going to walk over to the P-switch, which will then spawn a bomb in this location. A couple of different bombs, in fact. Looks like everything's just going to walk towards Morton and hit him, but... Oh no, we have a Koopa that's on the claw. Okay, great. We'll drop him off the claw. He's going to walk off the conveyor belt, then we send this over. That's okay, we'll kick it. Not going to swim with it and throw it underwater. We'll just do the kick instead. Now, are the bombs going to activate? Yes, they are. Okay, good. Seems like a pretty meticulous series of interactions to get the bombs to activate only at certain points. CP2. We're going to get there soon enough. Lots of spare chomps and spinies sitting around there, I see. Final boss. And this is just a ground pound location for spawning after the checkpoint. House Spring Ice Coin. I don't know if that means anything. Keep in mind. Okay. Let's not fall into the lava. Let's jump up here. We'll want the bomb to activate. We'll eventually have a POW activation, I think. Give me some room to move after the muncher, but we need to figure out how that's going to work first. It's not going to be by going left myself, because... Do I have a way to get back afterwards? Yes, I do. I can circle around if I think I would need a bone shell to ride over that 50 coin. Possibly that's what spawns from the pipe. I don't know what spawns from the pipe currently, and we just have to find that out by walking here. It's going to be a bomb. It's going to activate the on-off switch. And yeah, that's going to remain in place. Whoa. And the skull may just send me over then. Wait, that's not right. Am I supposed to be small for that then? Was this a case where... No, you definitely are given a mushroom here, so you're expected to have a mushroom at this point in the level. Interestingly enough, if you don't take this coin, it becomes a block by way of the P-switch. I don't know if that would ever be a good idea, but... I also don't know if not having the mushroom is ever a good idea here. You can activate this. The P-switch will release these coins, but I don't think that does anything for me right now, given that the blocks will do their thing anyway. So is this going to load me properly? Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I feel like I'm supposed to have something to deal with the puncher at this point. Either a hat, like a Buzzy or Spunny hat, or a... How? I don't see either of those. I don't see where they could have been picked up. So we'll see. Maybe I need to cycle back here. I don't see how, though, because we've already activated the skull platforms down below, and so I think that's not it. So we're missing something. We're missing some interaction that will get me past a Muncher. And we'll have to think about it. Okay, so it is P-switch dependent. Alright, that was not clear to me. You have to go fast. Yeah, that's not clear to me at all. Why would you have to go fast, though? Because I don't see, looking at the mechanisms here, what that affects. Because let's say we go fast after the P-switch. Oh, and then there's the shell here. Okay. Okay. I don't understand where the shell spawn was coming from. Was it because the bomb was hitting that, or was this something to do with the track? Oh, yeah, no. I guess it must have been with the on-off switch manipulating the track then, right? I actually just didn't see what the shell interaction was, so I didn't understand that by looking at it. Whoops. Got peeled off. We probably still needed it, but that's okay. We'll have a squirrel soon enough. I feel like I need to race to squirrel. Whoops. And that's... Maybe the thwomp will take care of the shell afterwards. Yeah, we can crush the shell using the bomb. Using the thwomp, rather. I don't know if there's a particular benefit to that, though. You can potentially go outside this part of the level by going through the thwomp, I think, but we probably shouldn't. I feel like that's a bad idea. That the idea will be to do this instead. And bump everything we can. Then, now what do we do? Whoop. Hang on to the wall. Ah, okay. This will allow me to hit Ludwig once. And then what's this doing? P-switch seems like it's supposed to be bad here? I don't know. And there's a fire flower here. Let's actually keep squirrel. I can't say I really understood what happened there in that fight, but... Okay, and then we have a damage check. And it's underwater, so we will have to be small again. Anyway, this is going to take me all the way up. Through all the one-ups and to an eventual destination all the way over here. I heart Huckabees. Or rather you. With this little C at the end, I suppose. Oh, here's the mysterious Murasame Castle. Just because he had the space to do this, I guess. And we'll finish with some fire flowers at the very end. Now everybody's telling me GG already, like I'm finished, but this is going to say thanks for playing. And here's the axe. Interestingly enough, we could have twirled our way out of that and missed the axe. But we're going to see this little ending scene here with the skull. That's going to point up top towards the GG's. So, thank you for all the GG's. That's a world record. So, yeah, I have to admit I didn't really understand some of what was going on with the final boss at the very end. But kind of interesting series of multi-phase boss sequences otherwise, and generally it was pretty clear what to do. There was quite a lot going on in the last one, that's all, and I didn't actually get a proper read on what the way was going to be, but it worked out. Okay, Nuclear Snop said he had to leave, so we will pass on that. And then we'll pretend we're doing a sub next here and bring in Ampersand. Now, Ampersand, you told me that you had just gotten Maker 2. And yeah, we always do give plenty of feedback, so we'll see how the Mario Olympics are going to go. High jump, long jump, relay race, and the 100-meter. And thank you for the follow, Samobina. And let's see here. Okay, this is going to take me up. Yeah, so just so you know, when you have a pipe here that is sitting by itself with its back exposed, there are definitely some people in this game that will trigger. Also, we have a limited amount of time. I should actually watch the timer. That's what people call a naked pipe, and this is supposed to be a long jump, obviously. It's a long jump contest in the Olympics. Yeah, it's crazy to think that Maker 2 has been around for 3 years at this point. A little over 3 years and a month. Because I also got it on day 1 of release. Whoops, long jump, let's not fall off the edge. Okay. Oops. Let's dump this here. Okay. No, it's not good. Maybe it isn't a long jump. Maybe we just need to twirl across. Feels like we don't have nearly enough speed to make that happen. Possibly there's something else I'm missing and not doing here, but hang on. That's okay. Yeah, it's just a standard jump. We were overcomplicating it, as usual. Okay. This is the part of the Olympics where you get devoured by mice. I remember that competition. The bully's going to bully me. We're going to just roll it out before we get squashed by bombs on the other side. And then... oh, here's... what activated that? Oh, yes. Okay, so this is on a timer where the spike block crushes something by the on-off block. I didn't get a chance to really see that. But... oops. Alright, this is just a standard jump. There are definitely going to be people who see the arrows and just instinctively think long jump, but... okay, so yeah, we just need to be faster here. It wasn't quite clear to me because you don't actually see what the destination of this snake block is going to be before it actually reaches the end. That's the only concern there, that you don't actually know the snake block is acting as a timer until it activates. If the snake block were hurling towards a position that was visible to begin with, that might have been a little different. But... I think the issue there is that there does need to be some kind of warning to the player that it is working as a timer, rather than just as a blocking piece. And Merlin, you're saying your connection over there in Italy is not great. So you're refreshing every now and then. It's a refreshing special. And yeah, I know that people who are logging back into this are occasionally getting hit with ads, so hopefully you're not losing too much viewing time from that. Whoops. Come on, let's go. We can do better than that. There we are. Yeah, okay, here's the thing about the 3D World Twirl. I keep doing it as a habit, but it's actually quite a lot worse than the NSMB Twirl in terms of positioning, because it doesn't actually stall you forward at the same angle. Whoops. Yeah, we just need to dash into this. It is a lot easier than I'm probably making it look, but let's just do that. There we go. Actually building up enough speed for once. So yeah, we need to go fast. We need to dump the bomb as soon as we can. Whoops, nope, we're not going to make it now.
Oh no!
Interestingly enough, if you know that you're supposed to fall towards the right side, what's stopping you from just letting the snake block activate? Let me think about this. Particularly if the thing that is crushing, I don't know if it would have spawned in yet at this position. Let's take a look. Also, it is possible to sneak up top, by the way, I think. If you are particularly adept at doing that. We can try to playtest that and see if that's actually the case. But yeah, what's stopping you from just standing on the right side and then falling down towards... Oh, no, I see, because the on-off blocks are also blocking the pipe. I see. There are blue blocks on top of the pipe that prevent you from going in if you take too long. Ah, okay, invisible block there. Yeah, we did see that previously. Yeah, I guess one thing that would be helpful to do, even though it's just kind of an aesthetic consideration, is that... Well, I'll show you this spot that I'm going to talk about. In general, for the same reason as the naked pipe over here, if you're able to kind of fill in the floor and make these walls... Like, if you're just able to fill in the floor beneath the ground here, it makes the whole thing feel cleaner and easier to contextualize, so it's not just floating around midair. There's kind of subtle and purely psychological effect from, you know, seeing things properly filled in that I think makes the level design more appealing to engage with and also just kind of easier to perceive, where... When empty space is kind of filled in and the geometries look more like a standard platformer game, there is this subtle psychological effect to it that makes things easier to visualize rather than noisy. Because I find that if you have a lot of blocks that are floating around in a decontextualized way, that it actually makes the level seem more cluttered, even though there are fewer elements on it, if you know what I mean. And yeah, I mean, everybody just kind of learns this with practice and experience, so if you're very new to this game, there's a lot that sticks out a lot once you see your levels playtested that you wouldn't necessarily notice in the editor immediately. Whoops. Once again, we're just a little too slow. Yeah, once you see for the first time that the snake block is working as a timer, it seems perfectly alright. It's just that it's not obviously a snake block timer on the first pass, like we were saying before. And usually the way out of that in most levels would just be to let the player have an easy, deathless reset in that segment if they just misunderstood it the first time, but obviously you're putting the player on a timer with all segments here, so here you just want them to reset back to the start. Okay, here we go. Where's the bomb? Let's punch this out. Let's lead the bully over immediately so we get the crates cleared as quickly as we can. Let's get in here. And then we need to run. And we've got plenty of time to spare, so there we go. Yeah, thank you for that, Ampersand. It's a good start. It kind of feels like a draft of a level in some ways, where you've got the basic platforming elements that you want the player to engage with here, and it's mostly just Not only aesthetics, but just a lot of visibility in general, and just kind of tightening things up when you see how it looks to the player camera and how people are going to read things for the first time when encountering it blind. The timer is actually nice and generous for what you're doing here, since there are going to be some segments where the player takes a bit of time, I think, but yeah, it looks like it's kind of the framework of a level that's in progress in some ways. Anyway, good luck with that and with anything else you're working on. So, thanks for the submission. And we marked that as a win already. And yeah, I'll definitely see you back here again next week. Like I said, for anybody new here, let's check first of all, Nikoche MM, if you are here. I believe I see you in the chat, but I'll just wait for you to check in. We'll punch this anyway just to see what we're looking at, and then we'll wait for you to speak up in chat. If not, I'll give you a second call afterwards. This is a straightforward music level by the looks of it anyway, so. But if we do not hear from you, we will head over to Mix to Pick first. And we'll give Nikoche here a second call afterwards, perhaps. Mix to Pick, if you're still here, you can speak up now because I can do yours first. Yeah. That's okay, we'll just bump Nikoche back one spot, since it seems like they might be lurking or AFK. And we'll do a second check again after. Puzzle Lock 1, solvable in level. I sure hope so. A1, this is from 2019, so we'll see how it goes. Speaking of levels that have been kicking around for quite a long time now. Okay. So on-off switch is going to drop the mole, but why would we want to do that? We have a Spiny Hat. Spiny Hat would break the question blocks, so we want to see what these do first. It looks like, well, there's a sound effect attached to them. Possibly... Ah, I see. It's a code, isn't it? It's a code because we need to break... Yes, no, I get it. We need to listen to the sound effects and use the Spiny Hat to break the correct sequences of blocks here to lower the blasters. Once we have lowered the correct sequence of blasters, we hit the on-off switch, and that will allow something to drop over here, probably a mole or something to run over here and dunk something from the note block like a muncher on top of the Goomba, which will then give me a key. So, no, I'm not actually trying to brute force this, but I'm just trying to understand what the flow of the level is. This is definitely a key code entry that requires a mole to run over to dunk the Goomba, and a sound effect seems to be tied into the break. So we will check the pipe to see what's there. I believe it's probably just something like a hint room. Also notice that none of these spawn vines, so all of these blocks are permanently breakable if we do smash them up. And on-off gives you a conveyor. Now, why would you want to do that, given that there's an on-off switch at the beginning? Probably because it changes the mole placement in some way. Why would you want to do that? We'll have to figure that out, because currently I don't actually understand what this is all about. This room here. We'll have to start over regardless, I think, because of the sound sequence that we're dealing with. Now, the thing is, we can't just memorize the sequence, right? So we actually have to pay attention to the sound effects to understand what to break along the way. Because, oh, you know what? No, I can just use Despani directly, because once we break each of these, it will trigger the sound effect anyway. Perhaps to show that the mole is loose in what direction it goes. Maybe. We'll take a look at that, in fact. It wouldn't be with a conveyor, though. You don't need a conveyor to move the mole. However, if the conveyor is moving to the left... Yeah, no, I think I understand this. That it's just telling you that the on-off switch is the thing that would perhaps release the mole into a position that would allow it to walk over. Anyway. Oh, also, if you come back here, you can grab 2 Shelmets, which is great. So, I'm going to interpret this as saying that the collapsing sound effect is hit, and the collapsing sound effect, yeah, and the no sound effect is no. So we just need to avoid any double hits. Okay. And yeah, as long as we don't make any serious mistakes here in reading or hitting, we should be okay. Nope, let's not accidentally jump where I'm not supposed to. Now, it could always be the inverse of this, but I don't think it will be. I think... Whoa, no, no. Here, careful here. Nearly fouled this up at the very end. Okay, so we'll hit the on-off switch, and then we'll walk the mole over this way. Hopefully nothing's going to despawn on me. Anything? Anything? We need to come back here. Well, I mean, I should be able to drag a mole over, right? So maybe... Okay, no, given that everything here is going to stay in place, maybe I need to go to the other room, hit the on-off switch from here, and respawn into the other room in the off state. Because the initial spawning position might be what matters. Where there is a mole that's potentially spawn blocked by an on-off switch, perhaps. I mean, I definitely did the code entry correctly. It's just a matter of understanding the logic of how the rest of this is going to work. Because let's say... first of all, we can also spin on top of this to see if we can get any additional visibility on the camera, perhaps. No. So this started on the on state. If we come in here and we turn it off and then we go back, maybe we can turn it on again. And then that's going to be it. I feel like my approach to the on-off switch here hasn't really been as systematic, and it feels more like trial and error, but perhaps it does need to go off to on. There are only going to be so many combinations of things you can do to make it go. I think there's a little bit of a lack of feedback mechanism on this, though. Anyway, the mole is going to respawn if you have it start in the on position. It respawns in the on position, but what if it starts in the off position? No, because it's always going to drop in from up top. If perhaps we're supposed to connect this somehow. Okay, so the mole is just a part that I don't understand so far then, because we come in here. I I mean, we can always just look at the level preview image, of course, to see what the mole setup looks like, but that would be outside the confines of solving this in the level, which apparently can be done. I don't think the background art here matters. Yeah, because if we start at the off position, maybe instead of hitting the on-off switch, we just need to come over here and run the mole over. Perhaps we have been bamboozled. Okay, we don't know what's going on with the mole, then. Now, remember that it could always be the inverse of what we were doing. That this whole segment here could be backwards from what I'm doing. And I mixed a pick, now you remember. Let me think about this. I feel like the code entry has to be correct, though. We could do it in reverse. Also, the fact that we only have 300 seconds with this definitely added a little bit of a constraint. Supposing we went through here. It says you are supposed to come through here and that you hit this. Maybe we need to do that first before we walk a mole over, because we might have accidentally despawned it or something. I don't see what this on-off switch is for, though. I don't feel like we have sufficient information to do that. I'm also looking at the doodads in the background art, like these towers and fences over here, but I think that's not actually placed deliberately. There's not enough of a system to it. So let's say we start in the off state and then we enter the code. Maybe that's the way to do it. And then we gradually lead them all over. Oh, yeah, we killed something. You see? Did you hear that? So we were definitely walking a mole over, and I think it walked too far, and we squished it by accident. So I guess we can try to respawn it, but yeah, there's maybe a little bit of input jank in this level that would trigger if you moved a mole just a little too far. But you need to do this slowly enough, right, that you don't outpace the mole, I think. But we'll definitely try that next time, where we enter this room with the off switch and then we start activating the switches. And as an absolute last resort, we'll just go to the preview screen and see what the top of the level looks like. But I'm pretty sure I did understand this correctly. Do we walk anything over? No? We might have to walk it over slowly. And yeah, I guess Mail64, this does count as one of our designated mole levels. If you did this again, you would probably use vines and a mole at the bottom. Yeah, because then you would get the blocks to respawn at least. And then you could also track the mole's position, because the bottom mole would also give you the upper mole's position, because then you wouldn't have something that's just totally off screen. I think I may... I think what it is you hit the off switch, you come back here, and then you start hitting blocks. Because I did accidentally kill a mole on the way earlier, and so we know that we are walking a mole on top over here. But because I can't actually see what's going on, I think I want to take a quick look. Solvable in the level, yeah, I know, but... Okay, so... Oh yeah, I'm not using the controller that allows me to zoom in. So this will not really help anyway. Anyway, we understand that it's a lock. We accidentally... Oh, I know what we did. The mole probably was overshooting a certain location, and then when we bumped the blaster, it... I think we might have squished a mole on top at some point or something, but... We definitely had an accidental kill. I can't actually tell from here. I would have to zoom in, but it looks like there is some kind of conveyor. We can see what the initial position is. And... yeah, I think we just hit the on-off switch, we run back, and then we walk the mole over slowly. I don't see that it's going to be anything else. But... maybe that was not insightful. That's okay. So, why is this on-off switch here then? Because let's say it looked like it was maybe like a blue conveyor up top. I assumed that we would need to enter the code and then hit a switch to get the mole to start walking. But let's say we go through here. We'll hit this. We're going to go back, we'll enter the code, and if the mole doesn't move at that point, then we'll hit the on-off switch. I feel like what's going on here is that the mole has to spawn in the off state in this room. You have to enter this room in the off state for the mole to spawn to begin with, but then it falls onto a blue conveyor and is trapped in position. You hit the switch again and move it to on in order to start moving it across. But we will need to enter this first to deal with it. And it doesn't explain why I seemed to kill something with one of these hits earlier. Yeah, you see, we killed a mole up top. We killed it. I feel like we needed to trap it, perhaps, with a conveyor, and then release it. Okay, let's do it again. Because if the mole starts running too early, then it potentially dies. So what we'll do instead then is we will hit the off switch here. Yeah, the issue with the on-off mechanism here is that I just have insufficient information about the mole in terms of not really having any kind of feedback mechanism apart from seeing it die. But I think if we position a mole here so that's following me to the left, then we hit the on-off switch, assuming that it's going to position a conveyor going left, which the conveyor clue in the other room seemed to tell me. Oh, okay, no, I see. I think this was trying to tell you that the mole has to start in the off state in order to come down in position at all. Then the other room's clue is telling me that you have to be in the on state to trap the mole on a conveyor going left. Then you enter the code, then you hit this switch to release it. That should be the sequence. I think the clue is actually more comprehensible. If the mole here in the hint spawns directly on top of the state block instead of one block over the state block, it starts in the same position as the state block, so it is spawn blocked until you release it. Maybe that's a little too obvious, though. I don't know what a happy medium would be in terms of finding a good way to signal that. Because I did have to construct a lot of this stuff about the... Oh, we killed it again. Okay, so that's not it. Okay, so we killed the mole again. Yeah, because the mole is just going to run towards me and overshoot and bump its way against a wall at some point, and perhaps there is some kind of squish death that is happening up top that I'm unable to see. I don't see how I can do it then. If I can't see the mole's position, I'm not quite sure. I think we have to enter the code first. We have to enter the code first, and then we come back in the off state. Maybe. Unless the point is that what if the mole is supposed to be aligned with you? And the reason that you bump the blocks is to push it over. So instead of clearing a path for the mole to run over, what you're actually doing is using the hits to continue to propel it forward, which is why we had it crushed at some point. I don't know, because I just can't really see what's going on there. I thought the idea would have been to lower a series of gates, but if you're lowering a series of gates, why aren't you able to just do that first? Let's take a look here again. Not that I can see much. Yeah, because it looks like you need to bump the mole forward in certain locations in order to lower the gates accordingly. I don't see why we're killing it, though. I don't know where that's coming from. Probably because... yeah, we're just bumping it directly from below while it's running over a blaster that we're raising. Okay, let's try this again with the code entry first. It is a very long code entry, and that's something that makes it a lengthy sequence to repeat. And so, we'll see what we can do with it. But let's just continue. And let's see what we can do. Yeah, the thing is, if you get it wrong, you need to repeat a lot of stuff, unless having the correct code entry first is something that still gives you a winnable state, as long as you manipulate the on-off switches correctly. But we need to avoid killing the mole that runs over, and I think the way you do it is to start over here. We hit the off switch, and then we will see if we need to do anything with the mole over here. Now, we've tried to just run it directly over before, haven't we? And perhaps I need to release it from the conveyor using the on-off switch again first. So let's hit the on-off again and see if we can make it run. And we'll just go slowly so we don't run a bit bumping into things. Possibly hitting this is also destroying something. I don't know, I don't feel like I have sufficient information for this, unfortunately. So yeah, Mixed Pick, I usually don't ask for hints, but there's something here that's just kind of invisible to me. And you could also change the sound on the on-off block in the subworld to the record wavy effect. Interesting. Now, why would you want to do that? Now, given that the mole is starting in this position, perhaps the idea here was that we needed to lower it. So, I guess, Mixed Pig, I should ask, if I've already done the code entry, is this still a winnable position, or am I already failing this based on something to do with the on-off state in the order? Like, if I've already broken the blocks, is it still winnable, or do I need to start over and break them again? Because that's kind of an important thing to know. So we're not just resetting. Okay, so we're no longer able to win. So yeah, it looks like the way that this gate works is that you would need to... It feels like I am supposed to use these to manipulate something that is also on top of the entire blaster stack, which requires the mole to be actively running while I'm breaking things. Yeah, because... I just don't think I have enough information to work with. Because if we start here, off, and then the conveyor belt's going this way. Perhaps it's telling me the direction in which the mole is traveling. And then we need to figure out how not to kill the mole while we're bumping the blocks, right? Maybe I'm running too far and overshooting at a certain point. Nope, that's killing the mole. And that's consistently killing the mole. Let's see if it's consistently dying on the 7th one here, because that might be a vital clue somehow. It's definitely walking over at this point. Maybe I always need to run it back a little bit and give myself some room before I hit something. Maybe that's the way to do it. Unless it's supposed to be on top. And it looks like that is going to be independent of whether I hit the on-off switch a second time once I get back into this zone here. So for example, if I hit this now, I don't think that affects anything. I think the mole has already been released at this point. Now, is this going to kill it? No. But the on-off switch earlier didn't kill it either. Now, the problem is that if I'm out of spawning range, then the mole might despawn if we've gone too far. So perhaps if I run it over like this, then we'll run it back. Let's see. I have no idea if it's even there. Nope. Not. If you do it in reverse, then the mole can't die since it hasn't gone anywhere. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Just doing the entire entry right to left. Yeah, that's a very good point. Because it will be released by the time we get to the end, right? And then that's part of the problem that we're encountering right now. Yeah, because its initial spawn position is going to be relevant. Because if you go too far and you come back, then the mole respawns from scratch. And then we have a problem. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it that way. It's a little bit obtrusive, but we'll try it and see what happens. Because you know that if you come in with the off state, the mole definitely runs. But you need to... Yeah, no, the issue is that if we're entering it from left to right, we despawn the mole if it's trapped in the left side, and we kill the mole if it's running with us. This way we avoid that problem because we know that the mole will spawn at the very end when the gates are already down. And so yeah, just normal. Thank you for reminding me that Ampersand suggested that, because I can see why that would actually be a working idea. But why is that any different from entering the code first and then walking back here to the left with the off state? Is it because it gets trapped if it ever runs to the left? I don't know. It might be, actually, that if you start on the left side of the level, then the mole's initial position faces left. If it never faces left, then maybe it doesn't get trapped on a conveyor or something on the left side. And so you have to stand in such a way that it always faces right, perhaps. No. But if we come in here and we hit the on-off switch... Can we walk it over? Yeah, mixed to pick. I think I just don't have enough information to work with. There's just not enough here that's visible to me to understand why the mole is dying when I try to walk it over successfully. I feel like its initial facing direction does matter. That the fact that it faces left when you first come into this room is the reason that it can't go anywhere. And so if you're coming in from the door on the right side... Pipe Cream suggests on a conveyor belt, maybe it moves fast enough to where it despawns. But why would a conveyor belt matter, though? Because a conveyor belt, if it's placed up top, would block the pipe fragment entirely. I believe that the conveyor belt is actually just part of the mechanism that's trapping it in its initial position. So, supposing that the mole's initial position matters, then maybe we should actually start with it in the on state when we spawn into the room, and then flick this off. So, okay, no, we are going to do a small order change here. Because let's say that the mole's position is similar off-screen, where in the on state it's trapped on top of a block before it falls into position. What we should do is we actually need to start in the on state coming into this room. We need to break everything, and then we hit the on-off switch afterwards to release it into the room. And the difference here is that the mole never faces left. So we basically just need to do everything as before with the mole never facing left, and then we drop it onto a conveyor. Or just drop it in such a way that it doesn't get trapped on the left side, but walks towards me instead. And we know that in the off state it has been released and it's going to walk over. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to punch in the whole thing again. The spawn position when we're despawning or respawning it by running back to the left should not matter. The facing direction is the thing that matters. Yeah, because if the current indication of the mole's position is actually a correct reflection of how it's placed off screen, then we need to start in the on state. But we need to start in the on state when we spawn into this room from the right. And that would be the thing that makes the difference. Okay. So I take back what I said about the indication of the mole with the on-off switch earlier. Perhaps this is the way it's supposed to be signified. And whoops, there we go. And we'll pop this. And then we'll hit the on-off switch while never sending the mole to the left. And then we'll walk it over. Nope. One total, not one each. Okay, so the only conveyor is the one in the other room then. Why would... Wait, then what is that conveyor even telling me? That I'm not sure. Okay. Hang on. So the conveyor is just a visual hint then, if you're telling me that's the only one in the level. But that's just affecting how the mole initially comes in, right? And we've already tried it with the off state here. And once again, you're telling me it's not winnable from this position. I think we kind of had the right idea on those runs when we were killing the mole. I feel like killing the mole was probably just an accident. And that it should have been something avoidable, where we probably had the right sequence, but the execution failed along the way somehow. So let's just do this again. You're gonna make those levels locked to your house? Yeah. I mean, if you can get in your own house, then sure. Okay, no, we're going to go left or right again, because we know that the mole will walk with me. We just need to not kill it. And unfortunately, I think the speed is going to matter. But as long as we don't kill it, we should be able to lead it over. We know the mole exists up top because we've killed it a few times by accident already. Maybe we're supposed to just record what the solution is, and then run on the top segment so we can hit the blocks quickly. But something tells me that would play out as even worse. Let's see. You'll break into your own house if it means you don't have to deal with your own lock. Yeah. You'd probably have to end up doing that, yes. No mole, okay. Yeah, mixed to pick, I think we may need some kind of hint, because like I said, I usually don't ask for that, but I feel like I just don't have some kind of vital piece of information when it comes to visibility. Like you were saying before, you said that if you redid this level, you would want a second mole on the bottom so you could actually see the mole's positioning relative to Mario, so you'd know where you're leading it. But we don't have that, so... Is it actually 32 bits that you have here? I guess it is. Maybe we do just need to remember the sequence and not jump around so much down low. Maybe we do just need to write this down and do it the fast way. Definitely considering it. But it won't really make any difference if we still don't know what the mole sequence is supposed to be. Yeah, I think we may have to bail on this one. Let me take a look at the exterior again. I feel like I understood the combination lock mechanism immediately, but that we didn't really have a way to understand what the mole was doing. Because, yeah, you have to walk it over. There is some kind of spawn location that you can see in the top left corner very vaguely. And there's something that you need to do with the blasters that doesn't just open up the spots for you. But definitely does something to make contact with the mole. The thing is, why would the mole be dying? Is the thing. Is that a crush death that was happening? Because if it was, then maybe the answer is to invert the lock. But then that still doesn't explain what the on-off switch was doing. I think we may have to put this one aside for now. Because there's, like I said, some information that I'm missing about it. And I might have to zoom in when I have my other controller and actually take a look at this spawn position accurately. There's definitely something I'm misreading, perhaps. Not really sure. Anyway, we've got a couple of levels to get through still, so we'll try to get through those, and I'll have to perhaps return to this one at some point. Solvable in the level. Yeah, we're just missing something about it. Anyway, let's take a look at Nekoche. We're going to give you a second call. If Nekoche is not here, then we'll go on with the list and we'll take a look at Merlin next. Merlin, you said your internet is not doing well. We'll hopefully still give you a proper demonstration of your level, because you will be next otherwise. And then we'll finish with Psychomark and then Just Normal. Nekoche does not appear to be here anymore. Let's just do a removal. Oh, also, I think we actually... I should make a note of this because this is a bit of a landmark. I think we actually hit 1,000 followers on the stream for the first time. I believe number 1,000 was indeed Just Normal. I wish I had come up with some kind of prize for it. I tend to have my numbers oscillate up and down, so we'll probably hit the landmark again at some point, but I think this actually is the first time that we hit 1K. We got up to 999 a couple weeks ago, and then I was gone with a combination of travel and COVID, and then we fell back down again. But we were sitting at 999 for a while without actually breaking the threshold. Anyway, Just Normal. We will appropriately finish with your level after we play Merlins and Psychomarks in recognition of that. And Merlin, thank you for congratulating me on 1K. It's been a long road because I've had a lot of breaks from streaming here and there, but we managed it eventually. Oh, grab the top. That is a 0.73 with Red Knight finishing it. 6-2 Muncher forecast. Releasing My Pain. Oh, it's another Bowser boss specially designed for Asteroid, I bet. Merlin, we can continue doing the traditional ones unless you have a different suggestion. I don't want to do something too long for this stream because we are going to be winding down soon. And thank you, Just Normal. I'm definitely appreciative of everybody who's chosen to follow my stream and see my alerts when they come up, or drop by the stream and even if you're lurking. Yeah, Merlin will probably continue the traditional set and do 6-1. We'll do the more technical stuff at some other point, perhaps, when I have a little more time to push through it properly. This looks like it could be fun, though. But we'll work towards it, since we've been playtesting all the Super World levels anyway. Here's 6-1, Chomp Block Skies from back in April. Jump through this one as a true athletic. Whoops. Alright, we're going to hit some of these blocks and grab the mushroom, which will not fall into the claw. Yeah, it should be possible to get up here, in fact, if we wall jump our way through. Yeah. It's going to be a bonus. Just need to control our position a lot better. There's the 10 coin. And some chomps. I feel like we could have probably jumped on top of that chomp to see something up there, but that's okay. We could have done that too. That we probably still come up here, find the letter M. After the letter M, we'll just kill the chomp because that's what the star is for. But also lead me to the propeller over here. Nothing down there, though. Now, the repeller does create some problems for me in that it prevents me from doing spin jumps, but we'll proceed. Anything up here? Yes, actually, there is. But the propeller gives me problems with... no, I think that's maybe just a top then. Issue with the propeller is that it does not give me access to wall jumps, which is one of the reasons why it does make you less powerful. And why it's a difficult item to design around. Simply because it does limit the player in some ways. Anyway, here's checkpoint, we'll just take it. Nothing down here, but we'll check anyway. I always loved the different kinds of semi-solid overlaps that you can do in this scene. NSMB sky theme, definitely something very attractive. Also, a theme that I think, compared to most things in Maker 2, give you a lot more room for aesthetic creativity. Let's get over here. I can also tell that a lot of this level can be done fast. We're doing it slow anyway, but it's designed in such a way that there are things that look like they're potentially speedy. That's okay, we'll spin over. Look at that chomp just kind of bobbing back and forth like that inside that diamond track. And we'll continue. Whoop. Nope. Down we go. And then we'll grab the 50 coin. It will also lead me to the yellow pipe. It's an alternate exit. Here's coin heaven. And we'll miss the one up on the top of the flag. That's okay.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
You made this level so you can just slide under the chomps, yeah. Yeah, it looked like there were a few things, especially with some of the claw placements, that looked like they were timed to be played smoothly if you wanted to go for that 50-second record. But that works for me. We explored patiently instead, and we found a letter M, which is very important to do. Mark that as a win. Psycho Mark, you were just here a few minutes ago, and you're still here. Great. So let's pull yours as well. We'll finish with you and Just Normal. A short speedrun. Have fun. Well, we've got a 15-second record on this. Let's see how much time I'm given on the clock. 20 seconds, okay. Triple jump. I said triple jump. There we are. Yeah, this is all about a triple jump, and of course, reading the Z for the spin. Very important that we do that. It was very visible, I just wasn't paying attention. Whoops, totally missed it. That's okay, that affects nothing. In fact, it was to my advantage that we were still in the off state at the end. I felt like I missed an on-off switch, but somehow things came together anyway. There must have been some kind of switch reset to make that work out. Anyway, nice to get some triple jumps back in our system. And thank you again, Psycho Mark, for waiting so patiently to see a short speedrun played. Thanks for the submission. So we're going to finish, probably, with Just Normal. It's going to be a little bit of a shorter stream than usual for me, I think, but that depends on the difficulty of this level, of course, so we'll see how it goes. And yes, you were the one asking earlier if I had played Hollow Knight. I had. This is a simplified Hollow Knight. We'll see how much of it I still recognize from a couple of years ago. And a couple of these zones aren't included. That's okay. We can always just take the train or something. Anyway, this is a very fresh upload. So thank you for offering me the first clear. We'll see if we can do it. Yeah, it's been a couple of years since I played Hollow Knight, so I don't quite remember the name of everything, but the galaxy music will be a good approximation. Here's the town. At least the surface. With all these shops and, of course, the initial descent. I guess we won't be cracking anything open here on the right side, but... And yeah, Merlin, you recognize this immediately. Merlin, I know you spent a lot of time with Hollow Knight when you played it. And yeah, I guess the opening zone has not yet been filled with muck. We will need to find a fire flower to punch through the left side, though, and also activate this bomb to open up on the right. Okay, we'll check that pipe eventually, of course. But the fire flower's over here, so... I guess Boom Boom is supposed to be the, what is it, the False Knight, or... I'm trying to remember the names of everything, but no, I remember who Boom Boom is supposed to be, I just don't remember the name of the character. Oh, whoops, let's see. False Boom, exactly. Also, a pipe in the bottom left green path isn't in the correct place, and that's okay. And yeah, the town surface actually is immediately recognizable, which is kind of nice. We also won't have to map this thing out ourselves. Oh yeah, look at this too, the design here of what will be our eventual destination to the final boss. Love how you actually managed to render this artistically in this theme, in fact. It looks very neat. We'll eventually need to blow up some of this stuff. Big Mushroom would be possible. Bombs are also possible, but I'm guessing it's going to be Big Mushroom or Link. Link could get you past a lot of this. And Link would make a lot of sense given the Hollow Knight moveset. Anyway, False Boom isn't giving me much room to play with here, but there we go. We'll knock him out anyway in case we can get anything off of him. Nope, didn't think so. He's just there as a roadblock. Yeah, the Black Egg Temple, that's what I meant, Merlin. L64, it took you 53 minutes for crawl space. Congratulations, by the way. Some people have definitely taken longer. And of course, you're someone who comes in already knowing a lot of the mole mechanics, so. Hope you enjoyed that. Like I said, I do think it's one of the most memorable puzzle levels I've played in Maker 2, so. Anyway, I believe this is Green Path. Whoa. Junior here is going to shoot me. Nope. Oh, we're going to lose it. That's fine. That's what the pipe is for. Okay, there we are. Let's take a look at this and see where we can actually progress. In fact, when they first added Link to this game, I think the first thing a lot of people tried was the downward slap on a spike ball, which of course is instantly recognizable as a Hollow Knight maneuver. And we can ride them all if we eventually bomb some of this, perhaps, but... Well, instead of bopping onto spikes, we'll just jump over them. Oh yeah, that's what we came in before. Yeah, okay, so you do need something like a boot or a bone shell to make it over to the blue pipe safely, or you can take damage, but I don't think we'll take damage. We'll grab it. The pipe that was blocked off is supposed to be a stagway, I see. Every power-up except Super Ball Star are accessed at some point, yeah. Oh, this is supposed to be the jellyfish. And that are totally not Metroids. Whoops. Yeah, I always talk about how, you know, it seems like a lot of Metroid-style levels fell way off in popularity between Maker 1 and Maker 2, so I'm always happy to see these in Maker 2, and to see that people are still getting tons of mileage out of these layouts. Whoops. Shouldn't have jumped into that without seeing the camera. It's nice to finish with a level of this scope as well. That's our last big project of the day. Yeah, this is just an exit door. And there are checkpoints. Well, and I also know that you had to have done a clear check in one segment yourself, so... We've done a lot of Metroid-style levels, including Hollow Knight levels in this stream before, but nothing that recreated as much of Hollow Knight as this one here. This is definitely the most substantial recreation of its map I've seen so far. You see a lot of people imitating things like the White Palace. I've had several White Palace levels submitted to me before and some other Hollow Knight tributes, but the map itself definitely could use this attention. Especially because, you know, you've seen other games like Super Metroid imitated so many times, and that's such a recognizable map, but Hollow Knight at this point is well known enough that it was overdue for a treatment like this. Yeah, not enough space to add the Ancient Basin. Small, especially because if you're just out of subworlds and you can't make a big vertical drop. It's just not going to happen. Whoops. This is still a pretty substantial amount of content, so definitely nothing to complain about. We don't actually need to kill Junior. We do need to grab the mushroom, though. And we'll take damage first to do it. That's fine. Oh, whoops. You know what? We'll just come over here. No, that's right. I remember this now. We do eventually need to crack that open. We still don't know what is gated off behind SMB2, do we? Let's take a look. Whoops. And not run into everything along the way. Yeah, every boss except the last one in the Black Egg Temple is just roadblock. That's what I like about Hollow Knight originally as well, is that it did have a lot of roadblock bosses that if you're skilled enough, you can earn yourself a skip. So it's funny, because before Mario Maker really had much of a standardized terminology, for the kind of gates where the bosses and mini-bosses were just obstacles in Hollow Knight, I know that the term that I used to use for it was that I would call them a soft lock, which of course means something completely different in Mario Maker. And I know I wasn't the only one who did that, because I believe that Mark Brown from Game Maker's Toolkit also used the same term for the same purpose. It just causes too much confusion nowadays, though. I have to call it something else. Like those kinds of gates that are not hard locks, basically. Where you don't require a key item necessarily, but you do need to demonstrate some skill to traverse the map. But I'm just so used to softlock referring to what it does in Mario Maker at this point that, whoops, we need to stop doing this. That would just cause too much confusion to use the same vocabulary as before when talking about level design. Yeah, we can come back here. We'll eventually need to get through that pipe. Let's go through here instead. Right, this is the SMB2 gate. That's right. I remember that now. Then you have the jelly zone over here. Might as well just toss this guy. And we'll come up here. Now this is fun, using these as elevators if you have the SMB2 mushroom. No, otherwise you would end up in this situation where you just have to jump on it. That's okay, we'll just jump on it. Let's try to enter this pipe, in fact. No, bad idea. That's okay, at least now I understand where that connects, and we know not to touch that. That did come out of nowhere, though, given that I would not really have known where that led. But it is progress. We understand what SMB2 is for. We know that the power progression is going to start with the Fire Flower first. And we can just speed our way back to it. Also, like this corner here is that eventually we can break this open with something like the spiny hats. Many thorns in a queen's garden, exactly. Well, I mean, you can eventually swim in the acid, though. Not so much the case for the thorns. Okay, let's go for SMP 2, and then we'll go for the high jump. Whoop. Yeah, really nice use of the mushroom platforms here to create the whole green path color scheme. There we go. Whoops, nope. That was a bad idea. I threw that on myself. I didn't know I could do that, did I? I must have seen that before. That was unusual. That would just... yeah. Outpaced by my own throat. Okay, I need to stop doing this. I keep telling myself. And yeah, what you're telling me about the boot in terms of the itemization, we need to pay attention here. Hang on. There we go. There we don't. Hang on. It's okay, let's just make it back to the pipe safely without getting hit by absolutely everything along the way. Oh yes, and this is going to get popped down here again. Come over here. Make our way back. You beat Traitor Lord because he bugged out. Okay. I guess that's what Hollow Knight is all about, is all the bosses bugging out. And okay, let's make it up here. Let's try to do this sequence again to make it up to the jelly. Whoops, nope. That's okay. We'll hopefully not need that. I think we'll need that. No. Ah, yeah, okay, so you do need the on-off activation somewhere. Huh. Now, where could that come from? That's okay, all of these will respawn eventually. We'll need to search for a switch first. Probably by going down. The dream switch, as it were, yeah. Oops. I got a couple of hammers here. Oh, yeah, once again, I need to not stand inside the split like that. Looks like on the right side I would want to have SMB2 anyway to perhaps ride one of the Goombas across. 1.0 before the DLC. Yeah, you haven't added Godmaster yet. That would be a little more involved. Alright, let's do this again. Whoops. That's okay. We don't need it. Let's just grab the flower. Time will be of the essence, given that we haven't hit CP1 just yet. Also, if I come down here without SMB2, no I can't, because I do need a high jump. Okay, let's proceed up here. Nope. Not. Let's actually try to keep this for once. And yeah, with efficient use of space, you've already got enough of an illusion of verticality, I think. I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Okay, so the way to do this with the SMB2 mushroom would actually just be to throw something across it and walk with it, except then you get into trouble with the low spikes up ahead. In the end, I feel like you do need something like the boots for it. Well, let's do the high jump here and let's see where we can proceed. I wouldn't call it a rough recreation. I think it's thorough enough to evoke what it's meant to represent very clearly. I've played enough Metroid remake levels, for instance, to know that sometimes being faithful to the original game isn't necessarily what's best for the level anyway. So if we throw something else across here, we can keep SMB2 mushroom. Like if we throw a Goomba, ideally we would actually want to throw a Goomba rat, but oh no, because otherwise this happens. That's okay, let's see what's over here. Oh, and it's the boot, okay. That's fine, then we can trade over to the boot, and we know where it is now, so. Progress. And here we go. That's okay, we've located the boot. That's a big knowledge boost, this map. Particularly because we've seen so many locations where the boot obviously goes. The boot is also downstairs where I just was and what I did with a speedrun play. Okay, works for me. And here we are. Alright, let's take this. That's okay. Try not to get hit by everything. Okay. Yeah, I feel like we could have kept SMB2 Mushroom, and I'm going to try it when I have an opportunity here. Yeah, Mel64 is kind of interesting, now that you mention it, that was something that was not carried forward as the lock and key structure of Metroid games became much more formalized. Oh, lost it. Never mind. Nope, lost that too, so we can no longer damage boost with it. Well, we're not going to get anything up here. We've seen it before. We'll need to find a boot another way now. Oh, there we go. Nearly got dunked by the boot again. Here's another one. To maintain progress. Oh, yeah, no, I understand what that area was supposed to be. With all the hammers. Oh, here we are. Okay, that was bad. Let's... Where's my dream nail? Okay. Let's take out the moles here in a moment. There we are. We got here rather quickly, much faster than in actual Hollow Knight. That's the way I play it. Well, let's not get dunked by the moles, and then we'll make it up top. Here's a coin. Oh, this is not good. I mean, I shouldn't have done that, but that was... maybe not a good way to reset my way through this level. Okay. I don't know if this was something that was supposed to have been activated by this point, or if I'm just expected to not do this to myself. But I am the kind of player who is likely to do this to himself, so... at least we know where the Fire Flower loops back around in this section. I think we do need to start over, though. And yeah, that's what playtesting does. We find stuff like that. It did look like you were still actively developing this, given that this was a very fresh upload for testing purposes. We uncover things like that around here. And yeah, as far as Metroid 1 and 2 go, it does make a big difference that you don't have access to a map, though. You want a certain amount of redundancy. When you're not going to track your progress in quite the same way. Even though I know most players just kind of manually crafted their own maps anyhow. Nothing of value was lost exactly, though. And we got to see where they keep the dream nail around here, perhaps. Alright, let's not go down here. That leads to disaster, as we've seen many times before. Yeah, main thing is that we can probably progress further with the boot in places that we haven't seen yet. We'll have an easy swap back to a Fire Flower. And yeah, because Metroid 2 just has that zone-by-zone structure anyway. This is what happens when you design with portables in mind as well. Okay, so we're going to not take that Goomba, we're going to take this Goomba. If I can. No, that's going to die, that's fine, we'll take another one. Here's how we're going to do it. Everything's going to respawn here. You know what? We'll just pick this one up. Okay, so we're missing the big one. No, I was hoping to walk the big one over here and drop the small one on top, and then survive with the SMB2 mushroom this way, but looks like I can't quite do it. Unless we have access to another big one. That's okay. We'll go for the boot this way. And we'll be Super Mario with the boot. And we'll just be normal Mario with the boot. And we'll have no boot. Interesting that the boots kick the mechas like this, as though it was a spin jump. I probably knew that, but I don't think I'd seen levels really make use of it. If we repositioned the mecha, we'd be able to break some things open, I think. But we'll think about that later. For now, we will just squash everything we can. Yeah, because the mecha would actually break this location if it zaps. In fact, the missiles could do that as well. Yeah, I think I see what this is supposed to be. As well. Oops, there we go. Here is Magic Koopa. Okay, we're going to be big, and that's going to be big with the boot, which is not going to smash things, but we can smash this up if we want, but I don't want to do that yet, I don't think. We want to go through the door. Yeah, let's keep the boot for the time being, until we definitely want to smash something. We can always smash... maybe we want to smash this and then go back up. No, I want this bridge. I want this bridge to be here. You like the little Hollow Knight statue he added? Yeah, very nice touch. Okay, I want to drop the boot so we can reclaim it on this side. Now, we're in good shape. Especially because I can break stuff all over the place. Nope. No, we can't. Not anymore. However, we can grab another boot. It's going to be a bit of a tricky position. That's okay, we got it. Crystal Peak, yeah. Installed the lasers earlier. Oh, and we're back in town. Okay, great. Because we can smash everything up now. If we want. It's just the entrance. It looks like a number of things are breakable with the big mushroom, though. Like, if you look at the opposite of this pipe, for instance, all of that is definitely breakable. Like the pipe that was on the right side. This stuff is breakable in town, although it doesn't make a difference. It's okay, we'll head back down. And then, oh, I can't get through as the big mushroom, okay. So we're actually going to lose progress, I think, because I will need to take a hit with the big mushroom somehow. Can I take a hit with the big mushroom? I think I may be stuck. That's okay, that's what playtesting is for. I should be able to go down through this pipe, though, and unstick myself. No, this is the entry. Okay. So we found one coin so far and a couple of locks. That's okay, we'll just start over. So I guess we were not supposed to enter that door with the big mushroom intact. That's alright, we'll try to speed through it again. I may not be able to clear it in this setting, but we'll get as far as we can. And the more things we uncover, the better. Yeah, we'll eventually need 3 coins and we'll take it through the key door. Although, interestingly enough, if you have multiple coins that are kind of broken over checkpoints and no safety coin, then key death is a possibility. Big Mushroom would punch through this top corner here, by the way. That's an important thing to recognize. You never made it there with a Big Mushroom. Yeah, that's the thing about having so many items available to the player. You actually do need to make sure every spot in the level is resilient to every item that the player can have, and you have to check every state, which is liable to lead you to miss some things from time to time. Like if you go over here... So we were over here previously, we know that that eventually creates a shortcut path back over to the boss room here. But yeah, I'd be concerned about losing all your key coin progress to something like a timer death. If you're holding 3 coins plus checkpoint and... Whoops. You take some kind of death at the finish before you plug that in. You made sure key death wasn't possible. Okay, okay. But we'll see. All the coins are collected over 1 checkpoint. Okay. That makes sense then. Yeah, I guess if the first checkpoint isn't until you get through the other door. Mail, you're saying it's excessively late? Yeah, if you have to take off, please do. Get to have another pass with your balloon earlier today. And that we had a chance to introduce you to Crawl Space. And do have fun with the rest of Xenoblade 2 and Torna while you're at it. I plan to go back to Xenoblade 3 once this is done, although possibly not today, because even I sleep from time to time, despite popular suspicion otherwise. I was actually in a room with a checkpoint. Okay. I don't know if I paid attention to that. Probably not. You think we should be done with Balloon's flight? Okay, good to know. Yeah, the checkpoint at the end of the opening balloon segment definitely made a big difference to the pacing, I think. After you saw me repeat that over and over in the previous version. The checkpoint was not on screen, okay. Ah, whoops. Let's redo that. And yeah, Xenoblade is very, very time-consuming. When Xenoblade 3 was announced for this year, I think as much as I enjoy the games, I think I kind of went, oh no, because I realized that I have to budget a time for it. And that amounts to lots and lots of time. Especially because I do tend to be a slow player with games like that, where I like to poke around and explore everything. Yeah, the thing about Xenoblade 1 is that the side quest content is comparatively weak. In some cases, they were still kind of figuring out how to do some of that stuff at the time. Okay, there goes our ability to take the SMB2 mushroom across to the boot again. That's okay, we'll try it this way. I keep thinking I'll be able to do it, but we'll just have to make do. The boot by itself. Okay, here we go. And here we go. Big mushroom. So if I destroy this with a big mushroom, no, it just opens up towards the bottom, right? I don't think that really gets me anything. Wasn't there something else I wanted to do with the big mushroom over here earlier? Like a corner I wanted to open up or something? I think there was. Also, you can break everything here, which doesn't do anything for you. Ah, yes, this spot here. If I hit it from below, I can break it. Although, you can't just smash blocks from the side like you can in Maker 1. Or you can just run into blocks from the side. And Mail64, you have to go, yeah. I'm definitely kind of enjoying this as a stream ending level, so. Whoops. Okay, so we need to not enter the door up top because we've already discovered that was a lock. We need to also not take so much damage here as we go around into the crystal caves. Smash this stuff from time to time. Okay. Nope, lost a big mushroom. Okay, so much for that. Yay, it's a checkpoint. There we go. Checkpoint gives you access to an on-off switch, which will then solve the problem of that pink coin that we saw much earlier. We should have tried to cross the ice as well. Oh, okay. This gives you a direct thoroughfare back to the left. We probably should have explored that, but I want to check this first. Nothing. Oh, notice that big mushroom could have smashed the ice here, and that would have potentially led to some trouble. And yeah, Mail64, you'll want to get down to Maker Code because this level is likely going to be revised to fix some of the locks. Anyway, we'll hit the on-off switch and we'll have access to another boot here, so I'm not too concerned about taking damage. We'll just come back here and take this forward past all of the hammers. Whoops, let's not get hit. So yeah, the boot was accessible here too, but the difference is that we have come here with the on-off switch already activated. Notice that big mushroom would smash a whole bunch of this stuff. We're going to descend. Then dream about squid. Whoa. Nope. That's okay, we'll hopefully not require the boot. Gotta watch out for all these moles coming in. And up we go. And the fire flower, there we go. Now, remember that we are past checkpoint 1, so let's not soft lock ourselves if we can avoid it. Nope. With the off switch activated, though, we do. Let's try to get some power-ups again if we can. Back to SMB2, perhaps. So the difference is that we have one coin and we have the off switch activated, but I don't quite remember what we haven't or haven't done. Ah, yes, there are the on-off switches around a whole segment. Yeah, so this is just the representation of the three-part quest in the game. You just need to do each of these three major segments, find the associated coins, and hit the finale from there. Now, let's see if we can make it through this without power-ups. We won't make it within 40 seconds, but let's scout ahead to see what we're dealing with. Okay, this is familiar. It's amazing you had enough budget to do all of this. Represents so much of the game. It definitely feels pretty crowded. It's coin 2. We have 10 seconds remaining, but at least we know where the coin is now. We just need to think about where coin 3 is going to be placed. Again, there's going to be something on-off dependent about it. The Teacher's Archives. Yes, that's right. Like I said, I remember most of the game, I just don't remember what things are called. Because it's been long enough. Anyway, grabbing power-ups is a good idea. Let's exit. And, oh, yeah, he walks off. I should have considered that. Ah, okay. Here's coin 1. We have all 3 coins accounted for now. So we should grab that coin first, because it is directly on my way out. Whoops. There's a link power-up in a place I've already been. Huh, interesting. I guess I should be more attentive to things like that. Yeah, the Mecha Koopa movement patterns are always throwing me off slightly. Let's try this again. Because the way Mecha Koopas slightly track you. Not really. Are the moles supposed to be Watcher Knights? Because I guess there are 3 of them, right? And they're big and chubby. It seemed plausible. Oh, whoops. Big mistake. Yeah, you really did manage to cram in a lot here, even if things are simplified. Budgetary reasons. Hey, well, we've got the coins accounted for. I feel like we can hit the key door before too long. Be nice to do so with more power-ups than what we're currently seeing, but we'll get that once I actually jump safely to simple locations like this one. Well, these are slightly easier than the original Watcher Knights, just slightly. And that's okay. The idea was definitely pretty recognizable. So, whoops, oh, within missile range. Okay, this guy's gonna walk off. That's fine. We'll figure that out. Nope. Okay, let's just not die to too much reactivating on me. Nope. Not here. Yeah. Oh, I see why I died to that. Okay, yeah. That's stomped again. You said a link power-up is close to where I start from the checkpoint. Okay. Now, I'll see if I can stay long enough to actually finish this. I feel close enough that I want to do it, but it's possible I may have to log off soon. So I'll see if I can do it. Because we're close enough that it is something that I see is within my reach at this point, but we need to remember to grab the coins first of all. Get rid of that big guy. Then let's see if we can wrap our way up here. Whoops. Amazing how tricky it can be to do these curves in a tight situation. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, I see where the 3 coins are. I know where the 3 coins are supposed to be plugged in. I have a clear path there. I just need to do it. But... hopefully we just won't hit any other locks on the way. And if we do, it'll be informative. Down we go. Let's see what we can do here. Actually making it here with the Super Mushroom for a change, which is not going to last. Okay, let's not die to getting stomped by the boot. Then we need to look for the other 2 on-off switch locations. First we survived the hammers. Then... here we go. Right, and then we can make it up to coins here. We will hopefully keep the boot this time. Whoa, that was close. Okay, we need to get rid of some of these to clear space, and once again, we're going to lose the boot. It's got absolutely mobbed. That's okay. You've been telling me several times there's a Master Sword close to here. I'm guessing it has something to do with the pipe over here, but that's okay. We'll figure this out as we go. I've already kind of lost track of many of the locations I've seen. Let's lead him over. Okay, actually did that cleanly for once. That's good to have. You're saying it's in the upper right? No, that's alright. We'll look for it some other time. Doesn't seem required at this point. Okay. Great. Much cleaner than usual. Can we just drop in this side? Yes, we can. Yeah, interesting that you have the hammers in sets of 3 to kind of represent the descent through the village. Okay, let's... I mean, I assume they were supposed to be Mantis Lords, I think, but... that just seemed like what they resembled. Now we have to be careful here with moles being dumped on me. The Hammer Lords, yeah, exactly. Okay, let's move up here. Yeah, the soft lock fix is pretty easy. You just need to completely box that in, right, with on-off switches. And I guess perhaps you didn't do that because aesthetically it wouldn't have looked as spidery, but... anyway, I did get what you were going for. And lost a Fire Flower once again. Let's go for SMB2. And Get back into position. If we can remember where to grab the final coin. We have time to do it, as long as I don't botch too many of these jumps. Hang on here. Gotta keep track of what I have or haven't done. Ah, yes, jellyfish, right. In that case... well, we take 2 Goomrats here to be able to walk across. Oh, no, or we can get mobbed by the mole, so never mind. Or we can just grab the fire flower here, that would probably be easiest. Yeah, it does flow quite well. For a level of this complexity, you know, there are definitely always going to be a few kinks to work out along the way, but it's definitely very evocative of everything you were going for thematically, I think. Especially with the kind of, let's do this again, comparatively limited palette of SMB1. Got a lot of mileage out of that. Okay, this time, let's get out here. I want to break open the ice, since this was past checkpoint and I haven't done that yet. We can keep Fire Flower, but I think I would rather have SMB2. In fact, I think... yeah, there is a shortcut passage to the jellies, but we will do the SMB2 path instead. And it's very much within the spirit of Hollow Knight to have a little bit of non-linearity to this level where things have multiple solutions as well. That's something I always liked about Hollow Knight itself, originally. I see my stream might be choking a little bit again, hopefully not too disruptively. And yeah, with a level like this, totally different experience to see somebody else navigate it, right? And just to see how I'm reading it. Okay, we can make it up here and grab the jellies even though we've taken damage. Not overly concerned, although, okay, now I'm a little bit concerned. Nope. Significant progress lost. That's okay. We spent a little too much time just kind of fussing with that fire flower anyway, so... I know where everything is, we just need to do it cleanly. Okay. Just head back out. That's how you know you're playing a Metroid-style map, when you start speeding through segments that you've seen before on your way out. What the genre is supposed to feel like. Okay, we have no additional power up here, so we need to be pretty careful around the Mantis hammers. That's okay, we know where to go, and that's going to take me directly through. So now we need to survive getting absolutely mobbed by moles everywhere. Let's just lead them over. Kill them a few at a time. If I can keep the boot for once, that would be great, but as long as I survive up to the fire flower, I should be in decent shape. The sound effects really do contribute to making this place work thematically, although they do make some things difficult to see. Not not so fun fact, you have arachnophobia and minor trauma from Deep Nest. Yeah, that's maybe not the best zone to play with arachnophobia. I don't know, by the way, if you've ever played Ori and the Will of the Wisps. It's a fantastic game. I streamed it here last year. But I will warn you, there is a rather large spider in it. It has a spider zone. In fact, it has a surprising amount of influence from Hollow Knight, given that it was the second game in its own series. It was cribbing like crazy from Hollow Knight. Yeah, they made a bunch of changes from Ori 1 to Ori 2 that felt mainly like they were taking notes on good ideas that Hollow Knight had. Since the original Ori came out, I think in 2015, a few years before Hollow Knight was finished. But yeah, the developers were definitely taking notes. And of course, it's not like Hollow Knight invented spiders. But regardless, they both have spiders. Just normal. It's a very large spider, actually. I mean, it's not like it's a swarm of spiders all over the place or anything. I don't think so anyway, but there is one very large spider. Oh, did this again. That's okay, we just need to make it to jellies. Okay, fine. Fine, we'll do it this way. Be risky. Now let's see. Or the feeling of a bunch of the little ones swarming you that terrifies you, yeah. Especially in claustrophobic spaces like Deep Nest. I feel like that might have been a bad idea to kill that. I don't have a lot of room to jump around here now. Nope, no. I feel like I wanted to keep SMB2 up to that point. We're unfortunately losing a ton of progress towards that location, but that's okay. It's not Hollow Knight if it doesn't involve a long walk back from time to time. You like tarantulas, okay. Then you just have highly specific arachnophobia. Yeah, you'll probably be okay with the Ori spider then. I mean, there is a spider zone, but it's not like it's tons of spiders skittering everywhere. At least I don't think it was. Let's let this guy come down. We'll bop him accordingly. And make it out in one piece. Got one coin so far. Let's go down this way. And this way, whoop. Quite a bit of dodging to get done there. And we'll have to, once again, deal with moles. Nope. And there'll be another mole here that I have no space to jump on. It's okay. Get up to Fire Flower and all will be well. Okay, let's open up the gate once again. Let's grab the Fire Flower once again. Anytime you picture spiders scattering, you think of old dirty homes and uncovering something to reveal a nest and practically explode everywhere. Yeah. Probably don't want to get those... probably don't want to let those cobwebs get out of control. Rather. Okay. By the way, is Junior supposed to be Hornet? Or do I have my locations wrong? I guess as an equal-sized opponent, there are only so many to go around. Okay, let's try to make it over with SMB2 intact this time. For once. Yeah, so the problem here was raising this above my head and dumping it on myself when I had the SMB2 mushroom previously, so let's not do that. Let's ride the lift wherever we can. Sneak underneath. Some of these from time to time, perhaps. Chain them through. Okay, let's not kill absolutely everything. We do need some platforms to jump on. Okay, I'm a little constricted for space here, but that's okay. We'll run around. And we've got the key. Now we need to survive with the key. Lost the whole chain here, just to make some space. Hang on, pretty slippery. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. That's the problem. Okay, that's fine. We'll just fight our way out. This would be a bad time to die. Get out. And yeah, we just have enough room to work with. This is a bit of a problem. Got 200 seconds. I have enough time to play this carefully, especially if the checkpoint is past a key door. We do not want to exit out this pipe because I don't have power-ups to survive the spikes. And unfortunately, I have no way of knowing that except by trial and error. I feel like that pipe is a bit of an awkward spot, but we'll try to. Oh, okay. We actually do need to use the boot to get out because I don't think I can get out this way. Oh, yes, I can. Okay. We're fine. We're fine as long as we make it back. I probably should go for a power-up at this stage, but it's difficult to say what would be most accessible. I don't want to risk a fight with Boom Boom. Even though he's fairly simple, things can go wrong. Let's just plug in the key as soon as we can. I think that's the best way to do it. We might even go back to the opening to grab a mushroom if we can. That might be the best idea, in fact. Okay, I feel much better now. We've got 130 seconds. Let's see if we'll hit checkpoint past the key door. Yes, we will. And we'll just have to fight him. Not like we have power-ups at the checkpoint anyway, so we'll just do it with standard Mario. And there we go. We've got the mask at the very end as well. As we spend eternity trapped in the egg. First clear, half an hour past checkpoints. Yeah, that worked. I mean, there were the locks that we found. There were some potential issues with blind pipe connections or pipe connections that could be broken. Especially because we never actually saw the Link power-up, and the Link power-up introduces a lot of the same issues as the Big Mushroom, in that you do have to inspect things for being potentially smashed. So it's that plus the on-off states. But in general, had a great time with it. I thought it was a really quite lovely visual recreation of the game that evoked everything you wanted to cram in. And you did cram in a lot. I know there was a lot that you felt like you cut or couldn't manage to do, but this was actually a pretty substantial level. And worked out. And I had the perfect A there as well. I am actually just about to log off and send you folks off to a raid somewhere else, but we will be back with fewer levels in the same time slot next week. Lately, I've been running a bit of Into the Breach on stream on the side as well, because we've been looking at the new Advanced Edition content. And if anybody wants to keep up with some of the scheduling that we have, I have a rather quiet Discord server where you'll still get some updates on the stream and can keep in contact with me when I am not live. So, thank you once again for all the levels from everybody who submitted today. And that was a great way to finish from Just Normal, who was also follower number 1000 on the channel. At least until the next time we dip under and have to climb over once again. And yes, Just Normal, you are quite welcome to send me multiple versions of the level so I can playtest it further. We've done that for many people here in the past. We'll likely continue to do it again. With that said, I'm going to find somebody to send you off to very shortly. It will likely be another Maker stream, but I'll scan around and see who looks interesting. And that's it from me today, so thanks for watching, thanks for the levels, and until we see you again, happy making and playing and whatever else it is you're doing, and fare thee well.